everybody. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, 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 hi. We are doing D&D. Being friends. This is like the end part of Friends of the Forest. For those of you who were here last week, we're going to be finishing it up. It will be fantastic. I am very excited. And let's get into it.
You are welcome to join.
Heck yeah, Bramble.
That doesn't end as it goes on and on.
A wild Gribby appears.
A wild Gribster. I need to see if I can figure out what abilities I had last time, so.
Wild Grimmy, it's about damn time.
Let's see.
I haven't played with Gribby in forever.
Ruby's still here? Alive?
Gribby is still alive.
All right, everybody here and ready to go?
Almost. Hang on.
I'm ready.
It's not ready.
Are we live, boys?
We are
We're
live.
super live.
Cool.
Soup's live. I'm trying to see what I got last time.
Oop. It's not the right stream channel.
Let's do it. Get back into it. This
What do
is
we gotta
so
do? We gotta
darn
interrogate
laggy.
the traitor? We
Well,
found
we
out they
just-
were cursed last time, right?
Yeah, we discovered last time that they were murdered and
They also
resurrected.
died.
And resurrected. Well, after
well, now
after
they've died twice.
Yeah, after they died in the camp, they were murdered and resurrected.
Who
with
would
false
do such a
memories.
thing? My
Then he
goodness.
murdered them again,
Brutal.
and then
Real
resurrected them
memories.
again. Now apparently they don't have their false memories, and folks are interacting with one another.
All right. Someone get a pitcher of water. It's time to get information.
Where we left off last time, many of you are tired and exhausted. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe 3 o'clock in the morning. And you have just recently recovered from apparently some sort of curse that has been spreading a sleeping sickness, a magical disease. So, the individual that seems to be the source of this curse, whom you have identified as this dark-skinned person over here, has been isolated somewhat by light because she doesn't need to sleep, so she isn't apparently susceptible to this particular disease. And she has agreed to take custody of this person until such time as you guys are able and willing to deal with it. I will say a lot of you are probably at really low on spells and very tired. Because this is the same, you're still on the same day after you went on your secret mission to extract all these people from the dragon camp and then sailed downriver with them. So it has been a long day.
Garnek will nap for a short rest and then be back up on his feet. I don't even know if he technically needs to nap. He's at full everything.
Jabba, you said like because we're up, it's gonna affect us. Like we're gonna have to take a short rest even if we don't need it, right?
Yes. If you stay up through the night and continue the next day doing stuff, you're going to need to make a constitution saving throw to avoid exhaustion.
All right, so yeah, I'll go have my nap, same as everyone else.
Yeah,
I'll
take
have
a
a short rest.
Yep.
And I'll get all my key points back, which is nice. Keys a regen on short rest, I think.
It is.
Are these
Yes.
peeps bad guys?
These are good guys we rescued, Gribby.
Oh, so we're just in a camp right now then.
Yep.
We're in
The Forest of Lights.
Light Forest. I forgot I was playing Skarnak, and Skarnak talks slow. Oh yeah, and Skarnak has the biggest ruby you've ever seen. That has been sold out after last mission.
We gambled with it.
God damn.
All right, so what do we need to do? Do we need to interrogate this person? Do we need to talk to everyone here? Like, what are the
Well,
next steps, team?
we're sleeping at the moment. Brambles rolled 2 nat 20s back to back.
Holy shit.
I'm making this meal for the gods. Bram, we gonna give us
Okay.
a third one?
I don't know what a third one would be. Those are normally the rolls that I roll for cooking something. So you guys are probably about to get a buff.
Greatest meal known to man.
Greatest meal known to Gribby.
I mean, this is also an element for him that. Okay, so Gribby, I think the reason you're going to meet up with everybody here is
Guess you
you've gotten bored with the ingredients that you can find just around town, so you decided to go somewhere where there's something more exotic. And what better place to go to get that kind of stuff than an enchanted forest, right?
Yep.
So Gribby wandered off into the enchanted forest and has been just wandering around in the forest. You found a plant creature that tried to eat you when you murdered it. It had some fairly interesting that kind of look like gourds in the middle of it, so you ripped a couple of those out. You wandered through the forest until you found a little pond that has these cool looking flowers growing in it. You picked a couple of those. You wandered around a little bit more and found some other interesting herbs and roots and things. You ambushed a small animal that may or may not have pleaded for its life before you slaughtered it, and you just came back wandering through the forest to look for a good place to cook all this stuff up when, lo and behold, you come across some of your friends and a bunch of people you don't know, and they're all tired and sleepy looking. And I imagine you've brought like a cook pot with you or something like that, and just
Yeah.
set up
Yay,
camp
you
in the middle
fixed
of
it,
this
Lara.
group of
I'm
people.
not sure what you did, but
a
nice.
bunch of them are blearily looking at you like, why is there a goblin wandering into their camp? But I think a couple people would recognize you. Someone's probably on watch and would recognize Gribby entering camp.
If it's been after 4 hours, Skarnak's awake.
It's entirely possible that I've been muted this entire time. I don't even know if I gave a stream introduction. Hello, stream. Welcome. Hi. Hi. I totally didn't have myself muted for this entire thing. It's okay. It's great.
Fantastic.
So, everything that I said so far that's important to know is this is a continuation of the Friends of the Forest mission, and it's entirely possible that I thought it was over, Java. So I didn't keep any information on this mission and what spells I had and stuff. But I can guesstimate. I'm trying to like.
That's all right.
It's okay.
That's all right. You can
I think
pick
you're
up
long
after a long
resting
rest.
at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone can be sleeping.
Okay, great. I'm gonna take a long rest because I remember nothing.
The knack is back to fucking around after you know a couple hours napping.
All right. Then Skarnak, you would see Gribby walking into camp, looking around at this collection of people with just a backpack full of various edibles, looking for a place to put up a campfire. Oh, Gribby, we're not done.
Okay.
Skarnak's seeing this. I mean, he's awake now, so he's kind of do the same thing he does most of the time, which is wander off into a tree and stand there in the tree observing. Skarnak is now on watch. And that includes watching Gribby do what he does best.
Do the cooking. P
Right.
will offer. Or actually, I'm sleeping right now, right? That's
Yes,
what's
you would be
happening.
asleep
Okay.
right now.
Never mind. You don't get no berries. No berries for you.
So, what are Azuru and Keck doing tonight?
I think, well, so Keck became unconscious and then came back alive, and then she can trance if she needs to, but I guess where would she be at?
You. I mean, it's up to you. You.
I think she's been up a hot minute, so I
think
think Keck.
you didn't have very many hit points either at the end. I think last time.
I would have been down to 0, I think, before you tried to take me over and kill Garethan.
I'm pretty sure we did a big round of healing at the end there, right?
That's
Once
true.
everyone woke up. Like everyone should be relatively close to full HP if my memory serves.
That's true. There was a big round of heals, yeah.
I mean, if I can, I'll just burn all my heals before I.
Yeah,
long
I
rest.
mean, I think the danger here is for anyone that's not long resting is spell slots.
I
'Cause
don't
we
have
used
spell
a
slots.
lot. Right.
Which
So
I think Keck used all of her spell slots, but that's okay. That's not a big deal.
I used a metric fuck ton of mine as well.
I used the majority of mine too.
I mean, I would say just because Azur is probably pretty uneasy about the traitor in the mist that he just killed and then used our last time into revive. So I'm not gonna take a long rest. I'll do a short rest. With like Medivh and Aslan keeping watch. I'll have Aslan next to me because he's a kitty boy, and then Medivh like flying around using the dark vision perception meme.
Yeah, Keck hasn't slept in like over a day, so I think she's gonna have to pass out.
Yeah, because we had like this is like the second night, right? Where
Yeah, this is night number
most
2.
people haven't slept.
Yeah, she's not gonna be able to. So she'll trance for 4 hours and get her long rest in, and then she'll keep watch after that if we make it to 4 hours.
Okay. Well, in that case, Skarnak and Medivh would be the ones to see two things happen. First, Gribby comes wandering into camp, just kind of looking around at all his people. He recognizes a few people and is just like, okay, well, these are my people. And he goes to start setting up a campfire to start cooking things that he's brought in with him. After about half an hour to 45 minutes after that, Garethan and Elishar will come walking back into camp, just talking to each other.
I forgot they went.
Garethan, you see Gribby in the middle of camp preparing something that smells delicious.
Nice.
And I think Elishar would look at you and look at the goblin and say, "Do you know this little goblin? He wasn't here before, right? I didn't miss the fact that there was a goblin, right?"
And I'm gonna just say I know him, I love him, and then I'm gonna go up to him and just give him a big old hug.
All right. Well, that I think
no,
then
my love.
Garethan probably gets the first taste of Chef Gribby's cooking, and it's amazing. Whatever Gribby found here, however he's preparing it, it's some of the best food you've ever had.
The Michelin star chef cooking Gribby.
And I'm actually like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, has it just been because I haven't seen him that I don't know if it's this good because he's gotten better or it's just I miss him. Just because most things that I've eaten by Gribby are actually pretty terrible. So I'm very surprised at the fact that like this is actually like one of the best things I've ever tasted in my life.
New head chef Gribby.
And I just look down at him and I'm like, you got pretty good at this.
Gribby just smiles and continues to cook away.
So for Gribby, a a woman with red hair is going to walk up next to Gerby and ask if she can have some.
Oh, Caribbean
He-
women.
He hands her a bowl and blushes.
She smiles and thanks you for it, and then takes a bite of it, and her eyes go wide and like, wow.
Garrett's like, I love this goblin. Proceeds to make the best world-class food.
So, Skarnak then is taking first watch with Medivh. And then shortly after that, Azuru is going to take up the watch. Garathan, are you going to stay up keeping watch all night, or are you going to take a nap?
If I take a short rest, is that going to be enough to like cure my exhaustion?
That will help.
But it won't fully do it.
No.
I mean,
Oh, if it won't, yeah, I guess it won't fully do it. That's right.
It
I
will.
think me and Cat can take the next set of watch, right? Because he only
Yeah.
has to be 4 hours with the trance.
If you
Yep.
take a short rest now, that means that you're not going to need a long rest to avoid exhaustion until probably the early afternoon of the following day.
Which
We'll
hopefully we can finish up before then.
yeah. Do we think that can happen?
Maybe.
Who knows?
Oh, great! All right,
D&D.
we're gonna roll for it. 4 hours too.
If you want to take a long rest, I think we have enough people to cover watches that you should
Yeah.
be good to do so.
Well,
I mean, I
let's do
could just,
that.
I don't
I
really
guess-
need the long rest.
It'll
But-
stop us from exhaustion. Is the biggest thing. Exhaustion's really negative. So
All right, well then I'm taking a long rest.
I will also long rest up to avoid exhaustion. Then
All right. So then I think you guys will probably stay. One of you will stay up long enough then, I think, to pass it off to Keck.
I'll do
but
it. Me and him will alternate. That way, one of us is always up with Medivh.
I forgot that I made those berries before last time. Java, do you want to use those ones or the ones I just rolled for? Well, I'll let you decide. You decide which ones you want to use.
You handed out all the berries that you got from last time because there's approximately 30 people.
Ooh, okay. Alright. Well, then I made berries and then fell asleep, and that roll that I sent you is for the berries.
All right. So for the evening's watch, can I get Medivh to make a perception check? And he should have advantage on this.
Oh yeah, he's an expert. He has expertise in perception.
Medivh, you're fucking up.
18's not bad. All right. So Medivh keeps an eye on the camp. Occasionally, Medivh loses sight of Light, who will drift in and out of the bushes, just kind of moving around the edge of the clearing. This is her forest, so she can move through it without leaving any trace. It's pretty hard to keep an eye on her. But you don't spot any other movement or anything approaching the area, other than Gribby and the other two. And Medivh's watch passes uneventfully. And you'll pass it off to Keck. Can I have Keck make a perception check?
All right, Keck with the eyebally eyes. Let's go. Nope.
All right. It's actually impossible to critically fail skill checks, but a 10 is still
Pretty low.
So you
He's not paying attention.
you wake up, you take over the watch. Azuru and Medivh explain a little bit of what happened, which is not much. And then you are distracted by the delicious smells of Chef Gribby's cooking. So you go collect yourself a bowl and then set up somewhere eating. Maybe go back for another bowl after a little bit and just keeping an eye out. Yeah, if anything happens, you didn't see it.
Excellent.
And then the sun rises.
All is well, guys.
To the best of your knowledge, nobody died during the night. Right.
That makes it sound like somebody definitely died, Java. That was such an unnecessary add-on. Alright, who's dead? Who did it?
Get a perception check for keeping watch too.
I mean,
I made
Light might be the person we have to keep watch against.
I made
We
that
don't
one
know, right?
privately.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, shortly after sunrise, all of you begin to awaken, probably to the smells of the the delicious cooking that Gribby has been making. Some of you might have been waking up a little bit before dawn. There is a pot that is still warm over a set of coals, and probably a few other things that Gribby branched out and started making, like roasted tubers and grilled mushrooms, that kind of thing.
Tubers.
Tubers.
You eat your fellow VTubers?
No. Unless they. No, never mind. Say that. No.
We're live, Nimsy, we're live.
No. I didn't say nothing. No proofs. Alright. Fee wants to go over to her giant friend and ask her giant friend a question. Can she do that?
Karnak and the giant who've just been carving all day, not talking to each other.
Yep. The giant. Actually, at this time of day, the giant is probably still sleeping a little bit. He's just kind of leaning forward, swaying back and forth slightly.
Oh, well,
Eyes
Fee
closed.
will wait for him to wake up. She's not rude. Just peek over and see that he's sleeping.
Alright. Then, I think as everybody is coming to consciousness and looking around, what would be... Keck would be the person keeping watch. So Keck, from the forest off to the southeast, down to the bottom right, you hear a conversation. It's being fairly quiet, but it is not stealthy. It's just two people talking quietly enough to not wake everyone else up.
What are they saying?
You would have to get closer to hear.
I'll be sneaky.
All right, go ahead and make a stealth check.
What are these modifiers? Bro, did you hit the gym? What's going on here? 9 and 13?
Oh no. Plus 13 is the way to go.
Nice.
Oh, that's that cheap.
You it's so cheap. It's so cheap.
That's cheap. All right, we're gonna.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make you speak like Sigorius a lot if you keep it that cheap.
We're going to up that reward right now.
Oh, the roommates.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sure, if he helps.
Channel points. Do this shit right now.
Quick, spam him before you change it.
So, that's just 40 minutes of Sigorius. You got it.
That stacks.
Shit.
So, Keck sneaks closer and is distracted suddenly by thoughts of Sigorius.
Sneaking!
But as you get closer, you notice near the edge of the camp, looking into the camp, you see Light standing and talking to a familiar figure. And they appear to just be discussing recent events. And as Keck gets closer, the male figure stops talking and holds up a hand, sniffs the air a little bit, looks around, doesn't see you, but seems to be aware that someone else is nearby.
Oh, well, shit. She's gonna stay there and stealth her scent.
How do you do that, Keck? Like, should you bring like anti-scent deodorant? You just start wiping all over your body.
He's giving himself a major rub down right here in the middle of the forest. Lights looking over at Keck like Keck's insane.
Stealth your scent.
All right. Well, she is just gonna stay there. She's gonna stay still.
Noted. All right. After a few more moments, the conversation resumes, and you catch hints of it as Light appears to be informing Gerard, because that's who this is, of what exactly has been happening over the last 10 hours, I think, at this point. And he has a pensive look on his face, frowns slightly when she mentions something, and then he asks her a few questions quietly, and she shakes her head. And then Gerard will sigh heavily and a little bit louder say, "Well, when everyone wakes up, will you inform them that I am nearby? I think I want to see my people, make sure they are all right, but I am concerned that perhaps this was an attempt to incriminate me and get the entire clan, well, absorbed into the Empire proper." Light will nod and say, "As you desire. I have been keeping eyes away from this place for some time now. I don't believe anyone has become aware of what has transpired here, but if you wish to remain cautious, that is your prerogative. I will inform the others when they awaken." She gives him a nod and then moves back into camp. And Gerard will duck off into the forest.
All right. Heck will return to her post with the bowl of gribby soup or whatever. Oh, well, nothing of value there. This food is great. Tech sounds really weird right now, guys.
Well, another 30 or 40 minutes later, and everyone is waking up and moving around, stretching, discovering that there is delicious food made by the most unassuming member of this party. What would you guys like to do as you convene in the morning?
Fee checks to see if the giant's awake now.
Skarnak has just started carving on bones, trying to mimic some of the giant styles as well. See what that's about.
Right. The giant is conscious now. He's kind of just fingering some of the carvings that he's done on the big rock that he's picked up.
Fee is gonna say hi.
The giant, in his typical fashion, doesn't say anything in return.
She should feel just continue. Like he answered. Fee is gonna be like, so listen, because you're a giant and stuff, I met this Behir, and he seemed lonely, and he lost his other giant friend, and so I was wondering if you wanted a Behir friend. Maybe you could take care of him and help him, and you guys could be friends together, like just like when you're not in the dream, but home.
The well, actually, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
This will be great.
It'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. All right. So the giant seems to pause a little bit and he's not looking at you or making eye contact with really anybody. But he stops swaying back and forth for a second and listens to you. And then he mutters something in Giant, which you can understand, and
You can understand.
yes, Garnet can understand. He mutters something along the lines of, if you're dreaming and you dream that you're alone, does it matter if you dream that a friend comes along? Can anyone be alone while they're dreaming? Can anyone be friends while they're dreaming? Will they stay friends when they wake up?
Bro, we need to get this giant a Prozac. Jesus Christ.
Fees, yes. Oh, yes. You can be friends when you're awake, when you're asleep. You can always have friends. You can never have too many friends. Friends are great. Friends are the best. You should definitely have more friends. So, do you want me to bring him?
The giant just looks down at the carvings in front of him and rubs his hand over it. Doesn't respond to that.
Okay, I'll bring him.
Gonna bring a giant Prozac and a Bahir. Is that what we're about to do?
Yes.
One
This is
Prozac a day.
This
Keep
is-
the fee away.
Thank
This
you.
is giant.
Go ahead.
Thank
We
you
need
for
to
the
get a giant
subby,
upper and
Bramble.
be a downer.
No, you're never gonna be able to down Fee, alright? Fee's got the power of berries and stubborn naivety on her side.
A classic combo.
All right. Well, aside from Fee's conversation with a giant, does anybody else want to address what's going on?
I mean, I think I would probably say to everyone, like, we should interrogate this person, right? We should find out more about. We know that they died. We know they were cursed. Is that all we know? Do we need to know more?
I think we found out they didn't remember, right? That's what we found out last time.
If you want, you can talk with them about what they remember from last time.
Go ahead, Guap. You should do interrogating from now on, honestly. After that casino run. Guap should do all talking from now.
Alright. Sure. I'll strike up a conversation with the quote unquote traitor. I don't even know if we should call her a traitor. She has no memory of it, right? That's the story so far.
As far as last time, let me regale you with what she said. She and 3 others were taken by the dragons and their lieutenants, which was not an isolated incident. Other people were taken like that too. However, she was accused of something and executed. And everyone, their memories of her seem to have been changed a little bit. It seems that she was executed and then brought back, but everyone's memories of when she was brought back are a little different.
Does she remember? And I'll ask her this. Do you remember what you were executed for? Why did they kill you?
She'll think about it, and thinking about it is obviously painful for her because you didn't ask how she died, but theft. She was accused of stealing something.
All right. Next, I'll ask how they killed her. Hoping that I noticed that it was painful for her, I guess. I don't know if that's meta.
So she will shudder as she thinks about it, and then kind of she's wearing a cowl. I think you would call that? No, maybe not a cowl. I can't remember the name of it. It's one of those it's like not quite a scarf that you wrap around your neck. Goes over
Oh,
the
a shawl.
A shawl. Thank you. Yes, that is the word. She's wearing a shawl, and she has it wrapped closely around her neck. She will look around embarrassed and pull it down, and she has very large teeth marks across the top of her chest and the bottom of
Jesus.
her throat. It looks like something bit her, like her entire head and neck.
Okay. Um,
Whatever it was, just looking at the wound, that was obviously fatal.
does she remember what it was?
Yeah, she closes her eyes and just whispers, "It was the dragon."
Okay. And I think at this point, knowing that this has probably been pretty traumatic for her, seeing her reactions and stuff, um, we'll go get her a bowl of gribby stew and bring it over to her, like calm her down a bit, give her a little respite, I guess. And then like I'll inform everyone of all of these answers so the whole party's up to speed. Um, I think next point of order for me would be I'll try and find Light, and I'll ask Light if there's any magic that she knows that can help repair her memories and the memories of everybody else here.
So when you ask Light that question, she looks somewhat regretful. She says, I can help them come to terms with it. I can help them heal, but I do not have any spells to help them forget or recover the memories that were lost or altered. That is not the nature of my magic.
Unlucky. Okay. Um, I would ask Light if she can heal the scars on the woman that is very obviously self-conscious about it, and all of this is probably because Azura feels a little bad about psychic lancing her.
She will look over at the woman and shake her head. They have healed past. They are weeks old. It is too late for the spells that I am aware of. There are more powerful druids than myself who could help with such injuries, but it is not easy.
All right.
As you're looking over there, this woman is probably like crying to herself at this point.
Fuck. God damn it, dude.
Guap's over here ruining hearts.
Not the intention.
He's like, oh, don't mind me, guys. Just gonna fucking shatter this woman's reality.
I think, fuck.
I believe you think that.
Jesus.
I'll cast minor illusion on her scars to make them disappear for now. I don't know if that's gonna help. I don't know what to do to console her.
Fee is here, so Fee will say, I know somebody that does the fixing of the missing stuff. And then she's gonna look over at Keck. Sounded like you dropped something in shock there.
What's Cat gonna do? Oh man. Keck would tell her to go to Java the Bard if she wants to be put back together again.
All the king's horses and all the king's men. Couldn't put the poor traumatized girl back together again.
I think we'll also ask, like, if there's, while this is all happening, hopefully we've shown that we're obviously trying to help her at this point, right? I'll ask her if there's anything else that she can remember that she thinks would be important for all of us to know, including the other people outside of the party.
You're asking the woman who was killed?
Yes. If there's anything she can remember, that would help.
So Lenori is sitting beside her while Gribby's bringing her soup over and over again. She thinks about it for a second, kind of wipes her tears away a little bit, and then looks up at you and says, I don't really remember the I I don't remember what happened after me, or happened to me after they some of them some of my family remember me being gone for days, but I don't remember what happened. I was back.
Okay. That's okay. I will telepathically tell Aslan to go sit in her lap and purr and cuddle with her and be a good kitty.
Mm.
I don't know what else we can get. Anyone have any questions for her? I don't know what else we can get out of her. She doesn't really remember much after she was killed, right? We've established that. She gave us all the information about how it happened, who did it, when it happened, and why it happened. So like we have that filled in now.
Yes. As you guys are standing or around having this conversation, Light is going to walk up to you, seeing that you all are awake and together now, and mention, there is someone who would like to speak with you at the edge of the forest clearing, if you all wouldn't mind accompanying me for a moment.
I ready psychic glance.
Okie dokie.
Ready
Yeah.
psychic? Like,
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
how
Yeah.
did my
Look at Zuru and whispered to him, "It's Gerard."
how did my collaboration with the giant? How's that going?
That's a good question.
I've been rolling.
26 on the bone carver's tools. Pretty well actually. So it looks like the giant, as he's been working, occasionally glances over and sees what you're doing, and it appears that he's carving out sections of the rock that he's working on to incorporate some of the stuff that you've been working on.
Oh, nice. Friends. Should I follow the party? Yes, I should follow the party. I'll have to put my tools down when my group is leaving. I'll be like, just remember, like, I'll be back. Go wander, arms at length.
Have you all met Gerard before? I haven't, because I wasn't at the first mission or two, right?
Fee.
I don't think I would know who this is.
Some people.
You, or like you, sorry, Skynex met it.
Well, you can ask. You can ask anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I will when we see him or whatever, or meet him.
Mm. Is somebody staying behind with the Sussy person?
Yeah, I'll stay.
And I'll leave Medivh with her in case anything goes wrong. I can just dimension door swap with them.
Okay. Light will lead you guys to the other edge of the clearing and a short ways into the forest.
And this is how they all died.
Mm-hmm.
Right. A few dozen feet into the edge of the forest, in a small area that is very much obscured from the rest of the forest, or the rest of the clearing, excuse me. You see a tall, kind of scraggly looking figure. He looks very tired. He's leaning up against a tree, hidden slightly, and pulls his head up as you all come closer. Some of you he recognizes and gives you guys a nod. And he doesn't recognize Azuru, but but I think the other three of you there and Keki would remember from earlier. And he will lean away from the tree and stand up, and then greet all of you and say, "Ah, I see that you have successfully rescued my people from the dragon camp. I thank you for that. It has been weighing on me quite a bit that I could not rescue my people from that camp without tipping my hand that I am not exactly a friend of the Empire. I also have not been able to locate my warriors who are nominally fighting at the Empire's behest in order to prove that we are good subjects of the Empire. So you have taken a great weight off of my mind."
We're happy to help.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Kind of looks at Keck, cocks an eyebrow, and says, "Light told me that there was some kind of curse that had gone around. My apologies, friend. That is very unfortunate."
This is probably not the worst that could happen.
"I suppose that is true." And he'll kind of, as he says that, he kind of tugs at his collar a little bit. "I suppose that is quite true. So,
Keck will nod emphatically.
I am not going to mince words. I have very little that I can do to repay you for your kindness right now. There is one thing that comes to mind, which I suppose is more a useful bit of knowledge than a proper reward, but given the circumstances, I think it might be completely appropriate for me to show it. But let me ask you this. Are you comfortable traveling with me and this cursed individual for a while?"
Sure, Fee will say excitedly. And Fee will also say, since the giant man lives with you, you're okay with me giving him a Bahir friend, right?
Gerard will look at Fee and say, "You understand that the giant is not in his right mind, yes?"
Well, we talked, and he thinks this is a dream because he's not underground. Have you considered living underground?
We attempted to bring him back underground, but honestly, the only ways that I know of to get underground are controlled by the dragons, and they are, well, they are not hospitable places. Honestly, I am not sure how he got above ground. Also, I should tell you, I have been keeping watch over him for, he'll think for a minute, 85 years now, and he's been doing just fine.
A long time.
He seems fine to me too, but the poor Bahir looks so lonely, and he lost his giant friend, and I wanted to help.
I suppose that is kind of you. However, I do not know if a giant. Keep in mind, I do not know his name, this giant who lives with me. I have no idea whether or not it would be a good idea for him to have a companion of that nature. As I understand it, Bahirs are quite fierce.
Mm, they do be mean sometimes. One shot me with lightning.
Then you understand that it might not be best for a Bahir to live with my tribe. We have children and pets and animals that I'm sure a Bahir would love to devour.
This is not the most convincing argument, Fee.
He supposes. Fee's more easily convinced than doing convincing, I think. I don't know if you've seen her charisma score, but it's not that high.
No, you're doing great. This is excellent.
Fee's gonna nod solemnly, and she's like, "You don't know his name? You should know your friends' names. That seems kind of rude." He seemed to miss his, like, throne area and stuff, too, when we went there. Poor giant.
Gerard's gonna cock his head and look at you. you went somewhere last night.
Oh
Light
yeah.
was a little short on the details, and he'll look at Light, and Light will say, I was not aware of most of the details. You say you went somewhere.
Yes, we fell asleep, right? Or we thought it was asleep, but it definitely wasn't asleep because I was awake, but not asleep. You know what I mean? And when I was there, the giant was coherent and he talked just fine, but he was very sad because none of his people were there and we were in like this giant throne room area with this giant chair and then there was a tentacle monster with a big eyeball that tried to eat everybody. So everybody had to save us and pull us out with the magical woo woo. I don't know what they did, but they made like the spell magic and stuff. I wasn't paying that much attention. I was distracted. And I had to summon a friend, and the friend helped me see in the dark to fight them. It was all dark, by the way. There was darkness.
Skarnak will pipe up. Your friend called it like the Dreamlands or the Dreaming.
Oh, yes, that. He called it that. It was that. It wasn't a nice place. It wasn't very fun. Lenari, she looked terrified. Like she'd seen it before. It was weird.
Draw
We'll
just
fill-
Skarnak. Oh,
list-
he'll also murmur and like pick from his teeth a chunk of redstone and be like, "Did get to eat the monster after punching it."
We'll fill in because I just realized as well. Light never went there, so she has no idea what happened down there, right? She was up top the whole time. She was the only one.
Yeah, because she doesn't sleep.
Okay, so we'll fill Light and then subsequently, is it Gerard or Gerard? We'll fill them both in with like all the details of what happened in the dream world. Which I think Skarnak would have the most informed because he was the last one there, right? He was.
I was there to the end, but
Yeah,
Skarnak wasn't paying
you're-
any attention. I never got dispel magicked. I came back with light's spell because I was on the creature. I just phased, continued to be on it.
Gerard. Copy that.
I was like, time to
Bloodletter.
punch.
Yeah.
That's a name.
At first, we thought it was like the dream of the giant, and that somehow we'd ended up in his dream because it was clearly like, you know, a place where giants live and stuff, and there was a throne for giants and stuff. But he seemed very sad, and we tried to comfort him, but he was very sad, and then we got distracted by the other things. But it definitely not the best place, honestly. If that's his normal zone, he kept saying something about that being reality and this being a dream. But I'm pretty sure this isn't a dream. Like, at least
Gerard
50%.
will lean close to Fia as she's talking and ask, this throne room that you mentioned, were there any carvings or symbols on the throne?
Oh, Skarnak was there. He goes, yeah, I've been drawing them all day on my bone to practice with the giant.
All right.
So I've been trying to copy the giant's styles.
You were, yeah. Go ahead and make a history check for me. Really low DC.
Oh, good, because I'm really stupid.
It's how well you can depict what you saw in what you're carving. Because you made really good carvings, but how faithful were you to the designs that you saw?
How much is it gonna cost? How many channel points does it cost for Nimsy to do a Sigoria's voice?
I don't think Nimsy can do a
Why
cigarette.
Okay, so I'm doing a history check, you said?
Yes.
Do you want Fee to do one too
Yes.
for seeing it?
All right. So you show him some of the carvings. He scrunches up his nose as he looks at the carving and says, "Ah, I was hoping that it was symbols that I would recognize. I do not recognize any of these. That is too bad."
Fee sat in the throne. Do you want her to do a history check to see if she can tell him?
Disadvantage, though. I don't think there's any reason Fee would have been paying attention to. But yeah, go ahead and. Fee can
Probably
describe some
not.
of
Not
them.
unless she was interested in reading it. Nope.
She is an observant lass, though.
She is, but
It's
I can't think of any
disadvantaged.
reason why you would have thought, maybe looking at this throne, we should examine it closely and copy things down from it. It was more like,
No,
oh
she
God,
just
where are
sat in
we?
it and was like, it didn't do anything.
Which is Skarnek's son. He was like, oh, okay, whatever.
Cool designs.
He's like,
start copying parts of them. Yeah.
he saw. Well, yeah, right. He's like, oh, I should try and do that today.
This font is so cool. I'm gonna use it for everything.
Exactly.
Basically, literally saw Skarnek just met a serif, like a font serif. He's like, whoa, all of his letters have legs, and it makes them so much stronger. Now Skarnek's putting serifs on everything, like in the wrong places, and you're like, oh no, buddy. But the craftsmanship is impeccable.
I think I would ask, following up on what Gerard said, how long do they need us to stay with him? Are we like protecting them, or is he leading us somewhere? What's the 411 here, Mr. Gerard?
Well, I personally do not have a solution for this little dilemma we find ourselves in, except for one. There is a place that is sacred to my people and many of the lowlanders. It is where one goes if one contracts a special condition, and he's gonna smile, and you, for just a second, you see his teeth kind of like grow slightly. If one does not wish to continue to possess this special condition. There are sacred waters near the head of one of those rivers nearby that can, in the right conditions, remove many curses and other maladies. It is some
Ooh.
distance away, but
Fee's gonna excitedly jump up and down and point at her cheek. And can you get rid of this too? This one?
Gerard will think about it for a second. Most likely, yes.
Can I use it?
That was going to be my reward for you and your friends.
All
To show you
all the
way to
froggers
this
can lose
place.
their frog marks. And Skarnek will pipe up. What if you aren't? Does it it removes curses, and reminding that he himself is a curse wearing a cursed item. He is now concerned about these purifying waters.
He will look at Skarnak and smile knowingly. I myself have bathed in the waters. It has no effect if you are unwilling to receive its boon.
Mm. Well then, Skarnek's also, every time he says water, Skarnek is imagining ice. He's just like, okay. Yeah. Okay, so they want us to go to these purifying waters, eh?
Yes, that is one path that we can take. It is a long trip. I can show you the fastest ways and guard you myself while we travel there, but if you have an easier, faster solution, I would love to hear it.
Where is it?
So he will look west and point and say, it is very far that way. The headwaters where the river splits. The southernmost branch.
I mean, sounds like we should go, right? Has
Has
anyone
Fee
against
been
it?
that direction?
No.
Ever? No. Mm-hmm.
Has anyone been that direction?
From West Marches? Not that you know of. So I'm going to pop everyone over to the map of West Marches for just a little bit.
Oh, this is fucking. Look at all this drawing. What were you guys
Right?
doing? Oh my god.
Didn't Java go nuts? That's
These
his.
were our infiltration plans. What are you talking? We
Yeah,
needed,
that was great.
we needed to do this perfectly.
How'd that go?
We
For
used an
now.
oct- we used an octopus and some rafts, and it was
Pretty well.
excellent.
We rescued 23 people down a river chasing a dragon or some crap.
So that
Does
red
that mean
line is
we're
that's the camp that everybody went to. Currently, everyone is in the Forest of Lights.
Okay.
And the location that Gerard is indicating is the green circle
Okay.
Let's see, did I get the map distances correct? Yeah, just about.
60 miles.
V wants to know downriver, upriver, fast river, slow river.
All right, Dr. Seuss.
Upriver. Mm-hmm. And
Oh.
this particular section of the river is very fast and very cold, actually.
V can help.
Garnak
V,
likes fast and cold.
V help. V,
He's gonna be octopus again.
V much help. Yeah, V has options. Okay. These options are A. We put the peoples on a boat that are coming. We can leave the others behind. I'm sure they'd have fun with light that aren't coming to the waters. And then you can get on a little boat and I can octo push you. Or we can get on a boat. Or we can get on a boat and I can wind push. Yes. Wind push.
Well, if it's upriver, doesn't that mean we would be going against the current?
Yes, octo push.
It would. The
And
Or
do we,
current is
super
very
windy
strong.
push. Fia is strong, and is she gonna do the little arm thing? You know that? Yeah.
and then don't we? My understanding is, I think he wants to bring everyone to have them bathe in it to heal their memories or whatever, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
That is one option. I am most concerned about. He will look over at the person that is still probably being force fed by Gribby. Uh,
No,
the
try it. It's
Are
really
they
good. I
still
promise.
weeping? Are they still weeping from Azuru's interrogation?
no,
Whoa!
no,
Hey, hey!
they're just sitting there.
Calm confrontation, okay?
No, she's not crying anymore.
Um, how much more? I asked Gerard. How much more dangerous is it if we all go, everybody, including the 23 people? Because that's like a really large party to be moving at that distance.
Yes, that would be a very bad idea. There are there are some dangers along the way, although I can protect you from most of them, but the biggest danger now would be getting spotted by forces belonging to the Empire. And while I am not terribly concerned about that, there is no way to be sure that a dragon is not going to fly overhead while we are headed that way. And I can hide 10 people. That is not too difficult, but 30 or 40, that is outside my ability to conceal easily.
Could we bring water back for them? Or is it like only have the special effect while it's in the river?
It unfortunately requires a visit to the headwaters.
Okay.
We can go as clouds. Clouds are fast.
Gerard's gonna cock his head and look at Fee.
Yeah, I'm also gonna look at Fee.
Peck's gonna facepalm.
Clouds.
And that's all the explanation they got. All
Uh-huh.
right.
Garnak's also like, if we're going here on the map, we could take the trees.
You can't take trees. Haven't been.
You're talking about the
But we've been.
right here, the southern tip.
Yes.
That's closer to the camp, though, right? So that'd probably be more dangerous. Although I guess I wouldn't know that because I haven't been on the first leg of this journey. Azuru is just gonna listen at this point. Good luck, friends.
So Gerard will pipe up and say, "You are correct in thinking we could travel to there. However, that also poses a danger. The druids of the Starlight Sanctuary Woods are currently sheltering other of my kin. My clan is hiding across on the other side of that woods. If we were to appear there with this group that the dragons are looking for, it could bring down their wrath on the forest. I do not want that."
Can we talk about how you descend 60 feet per round and land safely? Can you imagine doing that?
Monk shit.
Dude, you'd be flying through the air.
As a cloud.
I don't know. Like if you lose your cloud form in the middle of the air, you start falling out of the air, and you do it at 60 feet per 5 seconds. That's fast as fuck.
Yep. These parachuting levels are fast. Yep.
Anyway, sorry. I just imagine Gribby flying through the air at whatever 12 feet per second.
Fee
There'd be a
thinks
lot
it's
of
good
goblin
plan.
screaming.
10 people is enough people. Fee can do it to 10 people. We all go be clouds. And go as clouds.
Gerard's gonna look over at Light and say, I don't understand what she is talking about. I can move swiftly, but I don't think I've ever been described as being a cloud.
Fee can turn us all into clouds. And then we can go like 300 feet a minute? Is that how it works?
Every 6 seconds. 50 feet per second.
We can go 50 feet a second. We'd be super fast, but we'd be clouds. But we'd be super fast and unspottable clouds. Regular clouds. Just be unsussy clouds. Don't be a sussy cloud.
Well,
Keck will go
how,
whoosh.
how
Whoosh.
so like how sussy would it look if you're on the ground level and you just see a group of clouds moving in a singular direction very fast?
Okay.
And, like,
No,
we're
honestly,
in the air,
if
so
you're
everyone could see us.
if you're grouped enough with 10 of us, if we're grouped
Just be
enough,
one cloud.
it wouldn't be that sussy. I have traveled through the desert and seen low-lying clouds that have just like traveled across, and I never once thought, "Oh, it's a shapeshifted person." Clouds do this.
But is the wind going in that direction?
I don't know.
That's a good question. Gerard will think for a second.
Like, would
This-
it look natural? Sorry, go ahead.
This time of year, in the evenings, yes, the wind does travel westward towards the mountains. Although, if I'm being honest, everything is turned on its head with this winter cold front in the middle of summer. There are rough winds, especially around the mountains, so I don't know that anyone would notice. Although, if we are traveling as clouds, it might also be somewhat dangerous.
Why?
Precipitation, you know?
The winds near the mountains are they are very strong. This time of year they should be more calm than they are. The cold fronts coming in from the east have been playing havoc with the wind patterns. It is let me say this. The lowlanders have been required to collect the wreckage of several convoys of wyverns that were hauling goods to certain outlying outposts. So there are flying creatures that are not able to cope with the strength of the winds around the edges of the mountains. We are not going to get terribly close, but towards the end of our trip, it will be very dangerous to be in the air, even if we are just clouds.
Octopus?
Octopus with control water. I'll make a tidal wave and we'll ride the tidal wave all the way down.
Oh, I don't know about the tidal wave.
Tidal wave!
Would that work? I thought Java had said that it was against like an insanely strong current, right?
Fee is the insane.
I mean, if it works, I'm down, but
Fee's just
sounds like it
yeeting
wouldn't.
suggestions at this point. She's running out of options here, right? She's
It
trying.
is very, very big. So it's possible that she can push it without, while
we
being
could
able to go
also
with the current.
walk beside it.
Yeah, that sounds like the safest route.
Is Skarnak's like murmur? He's like all this talk of it's like, oh, how are we gonna forge up the river or the air? Meanwhile, everyone started with a land speed this morning. I don't know about y'all.
That's because he said, "Do you know if there's a way to get there faster?" And Sophie was like, "Yes, clouds, or tidal wave, or octopus."
How long would it take walking on the southern half of this river, like following along the river?
Gerard will cock his head and think. Well, most of you are not werewolves, I take it. I think perhaps
not quite.
I can get you there in 2 days, I think. 2 days' time. If we keep a fast pace, and I know many of the trails around there like the back of my hand, so we should not get lost or lose any time that way.
Gerard, in your expert opinion, do you think what would be the safest way to do it? Would it be forging up the river with some magical means and octopush, or should we walk? Like, what is? I mean, you're clearly the expert of this land. What is your suggestion here?
He'll think about it for a second, and then look at all of you.
Or maybe a combination of both. Maybe there's like a portion of the river that we could octopush to make some ground. I don't know.
I think perhaps the safest way. He'll look at Fee. If you can turn us into clouds, how hard is it for us to turn back into ourselves?
I think it's not hard. I just drop.
How are we gonna be able to? Can we communicate as clouds?
Nope.
Okay.
Actually, I take that back. One of you can.
Okay.
Lanari? The telepath?
But
Converting
what
takes
we need,
1 minute, during which time the creature is incapacitated and can't move until the spell ends. A creature can revert to cloud form, which requires the 1 minute transformation. If a creature in cloud form and flying, when the effect ends, the creature descends 60 feet per round for 1 minute until it lands, which it does safely.
okay. What we need to figure out is how Fee can signal to us that either the spell is running out of duration so that the entire party doesn't drop and die, or that we need to land. And then I guess likewise, same thing. If anyone like sees enemies spotting us or some sort of danger, how can we communicate that to Fee so then Fee knows when to drop the spell?
Oh, Fee can't drop the spell.
Oh, you have to choose to drop?
It's non-concentration. So you cast it, and you're under the effect of the spell.
Oh, so you're just stuck like that for 8 hours.
Yep, unless you take a minute to revert. Also, while you're having this conversation, Azuru, Medivh is going to look over you. He's going to hop up on your shoulder, look over you, and caw loudly at you.
Good birdie.
What's the range? What's the range on your shit?
On my cloud? It's
Not the cloud. The dimension door.
500 feet.
100 feet.
500, yeah.
Let me check.
It is like 500 feet.
Dimension doors, 500 feet.
Okay, cool. Because it doesn't say in his spell. It just says portal.
It's definitely not because I've been staring at new spells to put on Lanari for far too long.
I mean, yeah. Medivh, do you have any suggestions? I asked telepathically.
Medivh is going to look at you, cock his head, and then think back at you. If you are looking for a visual indicator as to when everybody can land, then he'll just kind of cock his head and look down at himself and look at you.
Like, what am I?
The visual indicator, Mr. Medivh. I'll communicate that idea to the rest of the party, especially Fee.
And if Medivh somehow dies, not saying that he would die, but I'm saying that things happen to die a lot for some reason around here. You guys are like okay with killing familiars and stuff. I don't I'm not saying anything, but like,
If
yeah.
not bitter about it,
Side
laugh.
eye. Fuck out of Nimsy.
But if case he dies, just if somebody, we just stay together, and if somebody stops, we all stop. And if somebody goes, we're just gonna be a giant cloud blobby blob, and then if somebody stops, we stop. And that way, if they start untransforming, we'll know to untransforming. You know?
Are we? I think the last question I have, and I don't know if anyone else has any other ideas. Are we like pressed for time? In game, is there like a reason to take any risk in terms of traveling? To
The
expedite
Empire
it?
is still looking for these group.
Okay,
Ah.
so we are
No
pressed for time.
rest. Well, a little
It's
bit
that.
pressed for time, but also like
And not to put too fine a point on it, but there is someone's life at stake. You have noticed that, and he's gonna look back at the clearing. I don't think it will be possible for that poor woman to sleep at night.
Oh yeah, I mean we wouldn't want to do anything to endanger her life.
Yes,
so
there is only so long that one can go without sleeping before it will kill
Fee
you.
gives him side eye.
Everyone starts off the session talking about waterboarding.
Whoa, hey,
The man that
oh.
murdered her doesn't want to have any danger to her. Just
That was
serious
only
side
if
eye.
she resisted, okay? She was fully cooperative. All right. I mean, it sounds like Operation Cloud is the way to go. I mean, Gerard seems to be on board. Anyone have any doubts about this? I mean,
No,
I'm fucking down.
I think it's
Question. Oh, I know I'm not there. I'm not actually there. But a thought to float to the group. I can also mind link with said cloud, and I can also, if they let me, maybe ride a centaur down to go to speed up a bit because Lenari's kind of slow.
As a cloud, you move 300 feet a second.
Yes, no, to keep up with you guys as if. So I don't know if we all should be clouds at the same time in case something happens.
I think we'll be fine.
I
I think
we'd
it's
have
the
to be,
easiest.
otherwise
Yeah,
the party would split, right?
the party would
'Cause we'd
definitely
be going
split
way
at that
faster.
speed, and the idea is just to not be spotted by dragons and stuff. And so if we're all clouds, you know.
You guys want to? Anyone have any other questions about Operation Cloud? All right, may the wind be with you. Let's put it to a vote. I vote yay.
Can we ride on clouds?
No.
No,
would
you will
No,
be a
you're a
cloud.
legit cloud.
Gas is forming.
Timmy's like, my dreams can come true.
Everyone go to the bathroom before we do this. I don't want any raining happening, okay? No fucking.
I think that'd be more of like a sadness. Like you get really sad for some reason.
How long
And
is it gonna
rainy.
how long is it gonna take us to get over there?
At 600 feet per round, not very long.
We're
Well,
gonna
what
be.
if you're going
yeah.
normal speed?
If you're going like normal, if you're going at a fast pace on the ground, it's going to be approximately 2 days.
2 days. What about a fast pace through the air?
Yeah,
if you're
as a cloud.
if you're clouds and you're dashing the whole way,
Not a cloud though.
How
Just
would we
normal.
travel through
that
the air?
depends on how are you traveling through the air. Yeah.
You just fly through the air.
Be spotted.
What is granting you this flight? Are you
Well,
talking
I'm-
about as the
a
dragon
potion-
fly?
No. There's a potion of flying. You could just fly. So,
I mean, you would be very easily spottable from the ground, right?
yeah.
And that would be
or the air.
yeah.
I'm just asking a question. Which was how long it would take.
If you were using a potion or a spell of flying, it gives you move speed of 60, so you could dash at 120. It would take you about 7 hours, 8 hours.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So how long would it take for dashing with clouds?
That's actually what I'm doing right now. Let's see.
3 hours.
Yeah.
Not even like
right?
2 to 2.5 hours or something like that.
That
Which means
spell
we
can
won't
have
have to
two-
take a rest either, which will be good, because taking a rest when we're having to avoid dragons is probably not fun.
Oh, that means you can get there, back, and there again under. Wait, no, you would have to dispel people. Never mind. But you could definitely cast it again, like a few times, right?
No,
How
it's
far-
a one-time cast thing. We get it one time, so it's either going or coming unless we take a long rest in between. This is
Well,
my
it
top
takes.
level spell.
Okay, and you can only cast that level spell how many times?
No. This is a 6th level spell. You get this once. I can use it once. And then I need a long rest. You get it one
Okay.
time.
You mentioned Gerard. You mentioned the wind near the mountains, which is near where we need to go, right? How
Yes.
far out do we need to worry about that? Is it like 3/4 of the way we could cloud there, and then we'd have to land because the winds are going to be crazy or something, or?
Yes, I think when we get within 10 or 15 miles of the mountains, we are going to want to descend to the land.
Okay, who's going to be Cloud 1? Cloud leader.
I can be Cloud 1.
We should probably have Gerard be Cloud 1 because he's leading the group, and then we should surround Sussy Cloud.
Okay.
And maybe have either me or Keck, somebody that can handle being knocked out and still be stealthy in the back. That way, if we do get attacked. Wait a minute, would Fee say any of this?
Perhaps not.
Fee thinks it'll be great.
Some quick and dirty math. If you're dashing the whole way as a cloud, so the maximum possible speed as a cloud, it'll take you just under 2 hours to get there.
Assuming we don't get screwed by winds.
Assuming there are no problems with the wind, yes.
That'd be
Also,
pretty quick.
Gerard will think about it for a second and then say to Fee, "This turning into a cloud. This is druidic magic, yes?"
Yes, I'm Druid.
In the worst possible case, I think I can end the spell on myself early and make it a very visible sign for the rest of you. It will hurt a lot, but I think I can do it.
Fee's like, oh, okay. Well, in case you do hurt yourself, here, have this. And she'll hand him a berry. She's like, it'll help with the ouch.
Oh, I simply don't look forward to the pain. The injuries will not bother me. But, and he'll take the berry. Thank you for this, anyway.
All right. Last chance. Anyone have any other ideas? Otherwise, it sounds like the cloud option is the best option.
But it's time to Cloud.
Time to cloud.
Do we want to roll an augury beforehand?
Fee
I don't
apparently
know what
doesn't
that
have that
is.
ability
Corin that was doing
selected,
that?
so we'd have to go back and ask Corin. He's still with the group.
Also, who are we bringing? It can have 10 people, you said?
Yeah, so everyone in our party, him and the
So
Sussy
7
one,
of
I
us,
assume.
plus Gerard, plus the Sussy one is 9. So do we, I guess for Gerard, is there anyone outside of you and the Sussy person that we need to bring? The giant?
We could. Maybe the
We could
waters
bring
help
the
giant.
yeah. And that might help Fee convince it to. Well, no, it was Gerard that said the creature will kill children and shit. Never mind. I'm not gonna.
Fee is gonna ask if the giant has been in the waters.
The giant? I don't believe so. I don't think I've ever taken him there.
Fee's gonna say we should take it. Maybe it'll help him with his whole darkness versus daytime dreamy stuff.
Ah, that is not a curse, I think. That is more.
Madness.
Yes.
How do you cure madness then?
Psychic lance.
If I knew that, I would myself be quite the capable healer. And Light will chime in and say, I'm sorry, Fee, but that's not the sort of thing that can be cured so easily. That is more of a something that must be cared for. And it is important to know why they are afflicted as well. Not all madness is a disease or a curse. Sometimes it is simply they have lost themselves.
And how do I help him find himself?
How will this work with our summons? Like, how will Aslan and Medivh keep up, or will I need to dismiss them?
You will need to dismiss them. Yeah.
She is not going with us. She's still traumatized from the last.
The last travel montage. Yeah.
The fucking octopi monster thing, and it's just all trauma. And she doesn't like Gerard anyways. He tried to eat her. She finds him rude. Quite rude indeed.
All right. So, anything you guys want to do before Operation Cloud begins? I imagine, do you want to have a conversation with Corin instead of just being like, okay, Corin, I'm casting a spell on you?
Yes, we're gonna go back and talk to Lenari and Corin and ask Corin if he could do the augury barbary. See if it's gonna be good juju, bad juju, all the juju.
We should also inform.
I'm gonna look at Keck, Gareth, and Anzur. Like, whose idea was this?
And then Fee's gonna raise her hand and go, me!
Yeah,
Baby
Keck will
clouds!
jet a thumb at her direction.
Yeah, I'll
once more.
just look right at Fee.
I'm gonna look at Fee. I'm gonna look at the three of them again. I'm just gonna shake my head. Like, I don't need augury to just tell me how this is working out.
Clouds!
All right.
Well, we'll also inform.
I want to know if Fee's plan of being clouds and transporting people upriver is a good or a bad plan.
For that specific question, you would get wheel.
Alright. Skarnak will be talking to his giant
I'm
friend
gonna look
again.
at the three people again and just shake my head.
Fee wants to know what a wheel is.
Bad. Bad idea, Fee.
Is bad? But we know get to be clouds?
Bad plan, Fee.
No cloud?
Shake my head.
Well, what we do then?
Corin's just lying to Fee. But Fee doesn't know that.
There's no anybody gonna answer. Fifi's genuinely looking at you guys like we gotta change the whole plan. She's like trying to
I
go.
have no idea what that means. I'm reading
A
this
wheel.
spell right now.
Yeah.
Read Timmy. Our Corin is just, spinning a wheel right now.
A wheel, WEAL wheel. It means bad results. Okay, so it's like a bad omen.
No, that means good results. Woe is bad results. But
Yeah.
Corin's lying to everyone
Yeah,
about
wheel
it.
means-
Wheel means it's gonna work out well.
So that's for Brian. That's what's going on. Now for Azuru.
Brian's confused but on board. Okay. Wheel,
Oh,
whoa,
you know what?
whatever.
Yeah,
man.
I wouldn't
Sounds
know
like
what
we're gonna
wheel
be
meant for me.
clouds.
Fee has no idea.
I'm sorry, I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, wheel's good result.
Skarnak already is pretending to be a
Oh,
cloud
you thought it was
stuck in a
bad?
tree.
I seriously thought it was bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just
Oh.
messing around.
No, I'm not trying to fuck with Fee. Like I thought it was bad results, so I'm telling everyone no. But
Corin
I
looks
mean,
at it.
yes.
Or, yeah,
I'm gonna look at everyone's like, actually, yes, Fee, that's a great idea. Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, Operation Cloud is a go.
Cloud time.
We should
time.
inform the traumatized Sussy person in like.
We're now gonna turn you into a cloud.
No, we are turning her into a cloud.
Does
We need to
anybody
tell
have
the-
like calming juju for the scared lady?
Nothing about
Yeah.
Skarnak is
I
calming.
was about to say Keck will go calm her down.
So can
Uh,
Skarnak. He'll be like, "Hello, you're having a bad time. I understand."
Ah, jeez.
And meanwhile, she's like, "I don't want to see this thing anymore."
Yeah, I'm gonna try and persuade her that this is like a good, safe idea to help her.
I
So
mean,
I
I can
assume
probably talk to her.
Sure, go ahead.
Because I managed to calm her down, get her to stop crying and stuff.
If it doesn't work on the Nari, we'll have Goff go next. Somebody will convince her.
Just have him go in with the waterboarding. It's fine.
I mean, she didn't hear that. She didn't know that I was gonna waterboard her. All right.
I mean, that's awesome.
This dragon, this cute little adorable dragon is like scary.
Right?
All right,
Knowledge is
so
power.
Lenore is attempting to calm her down and explain what's about to happen.
Yes.
Can I get advantage because I already calmed her down?
I mean, in this particular situation, it's just to keep her calm. So there's
Fair.
15 is a
Okay.
success.
All right, that works.
All right, so how much are you going to tell this woman about what's about to happen?
Basic plan. You know, we're gonna do a spell. I mean, I'll be honest with her. You know, we're all gonna be clouds together, so it's not gonna be a shock or anything.
All right. She looks at you wide-eyed at the mention of all this magic, but is just like nodding, like, "Okay, you guys have been taking care of us so far to
True.
some degree." So you managed to get her on board with it, at least tentatively. Some of the other clan members are going to come over and ask you guys what's going on. They are staying away from her a little bit because they were instructed to do so. But they are curious as to what your guys' plan is. Um, how much are you gonna tell everybody?
We're just gonna tell everybody we're gonna leave for a bit, and then we'll be back. Because he obviously didn't want to be seen.
All right. The elderly centaur will come up to you guys and ask um, if you want everyone in the all the lowlanders to stay here.
We will nod if no one else says anything and say, "Oh yes, I will help keep you safe. We'll be back in a little bit. We won't be too long. Maybe like 4 days tops."
What
Oh.
does Gerard have any commentary on what they should do? I mean, they're his people, right?
Gerard didn't want to be seen. He was hiding in the forest. He doesn't want to be seen right now.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood that.
Mm-mm.
Yep. All right. So, then anything else you guys want to do before cloud time? As Lenari brings over the woman in question.
I think we would also probably ask Light to like look over / protect / help hide this group while we're gone. Like, kind of handing over responsibility to her while we're not here.
She will look at you all and smile and say, "Of course. I was prepared to do that when I transported you all here to my forest. And if it becomes dangerous for them here," she'll look over at Corin, "there is another location I think I can send them temporarily."
Oh my god, she's gonna send him back to a beholder.
Bee thinks this is great. It's all great. Everything's great. Great, great, great.
Alright, I mean, let's do it unless anyone else has anything they want to do beforehand.
Nope. Skarnak's sort of been lurking in the background of the conversation.
Right.
Rearing to go, but none of you could tell.
I dismiss both familiars. Because I assume after a certain distance, this is like 60 miles, right? This is a long distance. I couldn't like leave Medivh here to help, like, could I?
You could, but you would lose contact with him.
Ooh, that sounds sus. Well, if he dies, I would know, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I'll dismiss him. I'll dismiss them both.
All right. You dismiss both of the familiars, and they vanish in a small arcane puff. And I will say, as you guys are, Gerard is going to stay in the edge of the forest. So if you're bringing him with you, you would have to go to where he is. But if you do collect yourselves and head in that direction, the woman is going to have very much a reaction to seeing Gerard, even though Gerard holds a finger to his lips not to make any noise. She's going to run over and give him a hug. And she seems a lot more okay with this plan when she realizes that Gerard is going to be coming with everybody. But yeah, Fee doing her druid magic stuff.
Fee gonna do her thing. She's gonna make sure her bag is very secure, just in case. Put it on her little back, and then look at everybody and go, ready?
Yes, we are.
Canonically, did the gambling happen before this mission?
I think
Where
we're doing
he
it
lost-
after because I don't think we were here, but I'm just treating it like I don't have any of that anyways. It's fine. It shouldn't affect anything, hopefully, probably.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yep.
All right. Fee begins casting powerful druidic magic, and all of you suddenly feel loose as your bodies begin disintegrating into a cloud, which feels very, very, very strange. You probably feel something along the lines of like your clothes are no longer keeping the warmth in, as the wind just seems to pass through you as everyone slowly begins to expand into clouds of gas. And as Fee is casting this spell, Gerard will just slowly begin walking in a direction, looking back to make sure everyone is following him. And then, as a cloud, he will begin drifting up into the sky, picking up speed.
Follow Gerard.
We all follow closely to Gerard,
All right.
making sure that other lady stays with us too.
Yes, she's following Gerard very closely. All right. So, as you begin ascending up into the sky, Gerard will lead you all probably 1,000 feet up, pretty high up in the sky, at least
Oh my god.
as far as it would seem to you guys. It's actually not that high, relatively speaking. You're definitely below the layer of the massive storm clouds that you can see to the east. From this height, you can quite clearly see all of the forest around you, all the hills that you're passing over. You see the river below you. Gerard is going to center himself on the river and then just begin flying up the river, since that will be the easiest for everyone to follow. As you guys are moving through this area, can I get, let's see, who's going to be at the back?
There's
Or
V and Cat,
are you
right?
all going to stay close together, or are you going to...
Keck would probably be towards the back.
Yeah, it'll be Fee and
Skarnak
Keck
would be
towards the
front
back.
side with Ribby.
All right.
All going?
Gribby's participating.
Oh,
with it.
are we all going? I didn't know if Gribby was coming or not. Sorry.
I'm definitely staying with the old refugee, so I'm not part of this cloud group.
Okay,
You're not
Orin's
coming with
staying
us
behind.
on the mission?
Well, this part of it anyway. Then that is a question. Gribby and Garathan, are you guys going with?
Yeah, I'm going. I got the frog curse. I'm
Bramble
going.
has confirmed that Gribby is a cloud, so
I
Gribby
do
and
not have
Skyrack are in
heal
the front.
spells prepared for no Corin.
All right. Then I would like, I think Keck and Fee would probably be the most comfortable with this method of travel. Can the two of you give me perception checks? Fee might be a little bit too excited about being a cloud.
Cloud!
So is Keck.
And Keck
We're
is
just in
probably
the back fucking around.
yeah. Keck and Fee are probably distracted about being a cloud. I imagine it begins something along the lines of you're following Gerard, and then Fee is realizing that she can fly through people. Begins flying her cloud self through other people, which other people can kind of feel. And that probably leads to people goofing off and having to catch up to everybody. But you fly westward away from this massive storm front that you can see towards the east. The looming thunderclouds and snow falling in some areas. As you fly westward, you sail out over the Forest of Lights along the river, out over the edge of another river, or another forest, excuse me, at the northern bank of the river, past some hills, past more forest, and then right about when you get here, just to the edge of the other forest, you'll have been flying for about an hour. You begin to see up ahead of you something that none of you have ever seen before. It's not directly in your path. It would be here-ish. You see what looks to be a tornado, a large funnel of wind, except it's not just wind. It's spiraling. It's not attached to any clouds or moving wind formations that you can see. It's just a massive funnel of shifting wind, and it's on fire.
Great.
Fire NATO! Woo!
You're not going anywhere near it, just to be clear. But it is something that you would definitely see and recognize. Like, holy crap! There's a fire tornado just out there on the plains. It's leaving a trail of scorched earth behind it. It doesn't look like it touches down very regularly, so it's not lighting the entire plains on fire. But there's just a fire tornado that's drifting across the plains about 10 miles off to your left.
Do we notice what direction it's moving in?
It is moving to the southeast, so down this way.
Shit. Okay.
And it's nowhere near as big as I drew on the map. That's just the rough location for it. It's not 5 miles across. But you do observe that as you're flying past. And now I need everybody to give me either perception or survival to see how well you guys are sticking together. Everyone except Corin, that is.
Oh no.
All right. It looks like Garathan and Azuru, the two of you lose track of everyone else. Can I get both of you to roll me a d6?
Oh no.
All right. You also lose track of each other. So, Fee just barely makes the check. It was DC 15. So, as you guys are traveling up the river, you get to roughly here, where you're starting to get closer to the hills. You can see the hills ahead of you that rise up and just keep rising up. There's a huge mountain range on your left and on your right, but in front of you there's just hill country that just keeps rising steadily up until honestly it looks like it's higher than you guys are now. There's a pretty serious steady elevation change here. So for everyone in the group, right about here, Gerard diverts over to one edge of the river and starts descending. And Azuru and Garathan, the two of you, after you reach roughly this place, you're 10 miles away from the waters. You can see the river where it begins snaking out of a canyon gorge. But you realize that you've lost track of everybody else.
Well, that's fantastic. Way to go!
Question
So-
is, do they head back as clowns or do they just?
Being a cloud is confusing.
All right. So as clouds, the rest of you are following the river up a little bit, and then suddenly up ahead of you, where Gerard is, his cloud just suddenly solidifies into a person, like 1,000 feet up in the air. You see him flip over as if he's used to falling through the air. He spreads his arms and his legs. Then he flips over with his back to the ground and yells loudly back up at everybody, "Here we go!" And then flips back over onto his front and just dives down towards the river.
Time to follow.
Okay.
So Gerard plummets down towards the river, and eventually gets to the point where he's just traveling way faster than all of you guys because terminal velocity is a thing. And right as he gets to the river, his form seems to shift a little bit into something larger and furrier, but then he slams into the water. The water here, where he's diving into, is rapids. It's a very narrow, but it looks deep looking river, but it is moving very, very fast. He slams down into the water, and there's a massive gush of water, a lot of it red, when he hits the water surface. But after 20 or 30 seconds, he surfaces much further downriver, swimming pretty hard, and swims his way over to one of the banks, and then begins gesturing up at you guys up in the clouds. He can't really see you that well, but he climbs out onto the bank and begins waving to get you guys' attention to come down to him.
B's gonna float down until she's about 60 feet up there and then start transforming.
Alrighty.
What's the highest Garnak reckon he could plummet into the sky without negative effects?
60 feet.
Well, you say that, but monks are bullshit once they start to fly or fall.
It's 1d6 per 10 feet of falling, so I don't know how much can you absorb.
Well, that's not. It's slightly this I'm talking about more.
Yeah.
Five times my monk level.
I don't know off the top of my head from your level.
And it's 1d6 for 5 feet.
Yep.
Mm.
The answer is pretty far, but I don't know exactly how far.
Yes. I mean, I'll just go down to the ground actually and just transform.
All right.
Maybe drop like right 15 feet or something. Just get down close to the ground.
All right. So after you have done that, you guys transform back into your people forms. And right about now, you realize that Garathan and Azuru are not with you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm lost. I'm a cloud, and I don't know where I am.
I'm gonna just keep following the river because I think Azur's thought would be that's what we've been doing the whole time. So hopefully we follow it until we see
No,
people
we're
know.
lost. We lost each other too, so we're on our own.
Yep.
Okay, well then hopefully I
So-
follow it till I see someone I know.
What is Garathan's plan?
Fuck if I know. This is really weird and confusing to me to begin
So-
with. I was just kind of following the cloud path.
Yep.
I mean, can I like see any kind of marker to like kind of identify where I am? I'm close to the river.
Yeah, he was intentionally leading you along the length of the river. So you.
I'd imagine I'd probably keep going up the river too.
Okay, so the two of you are just going to follow the river up and hopefully run into everybody else.
See if we
Um,
can find something, or see if I can find something.
Yep.
Yeah, I would probably. We were 1,000 feet up before.
Yes.
I would probably drop lower so that I could actually see like the river, but not so low that I wouldn't be able to see them as clouds either. Because I mean, obviously, I wouldn't know if they've transformed or not yet. So like somewhere in between, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And Garathan, you're just gonna follow the river, or how are you gonna stay up high and follow the river? Or are you gonna get lower?
How long have we been a cloud?
At this point, a little over an hour.
We're a cloud for how long until we want to transform?
8 hours.
8 hours. Okay, I'll stick
Well,
in that
let
one.
me rephrase that. The time estimate for you to get to the headwaters where you're headed is just under 2 hours. The spell's maximum duration is 8 hours.
Okay. Well, hopefully Fee doesn't cancel the spell or something, because I'm gonna stick at the elevation I'm at.
She can't actually. This one just lasts for 8 hours.
All right. Well then, yeah. Well, I'm just gonna kind of stick at the elevation I'm at and keep looking around.
Okay. Then why don't you have Garathan make a perception check for me with advantage? You have an incredibly high vantage point and the ability to move quickly. Okay, 17. Then we will get to you in a bit. For everyone else, as you land and begin transforming back into people, you find yourselves on a pathway that's near the edge of this river. On the southern bank, it seems to follow the river pretty closely. And after a while, Gerard will lead you to part of this path that comes around and comes to this scenario that you find yourselves in now. There is a narrow cliff gorge where this river is roaring through, and ahead of you, you see an old rickety bridge that leads to a small platform out in the center of this raging water. This particular area is filled pretty heavily with mists, and this is not a good representation for it, but there is a waterfall at one end of it.
Well, since
And
we
we gotta get
notices
across the bridge, or across the water.
Gerard will say, no, this is, well, this, and he will gesture up ahead of you. This is the shrine where there is a small platform for use when diving into the waters. It is not exactly safe to bathe oneself here, but if you are seeking to cure an ailment or a curse, this is the price that you must pay.
Mhm.
Something better.
Someone's
Or
gotta dive in there and go get. What? We're diving into these waters? Oh boy.
before we leave the area, because I noticed that they're gone, Fee will be like, I'm gonna help them find us, and Fee will go to the edge of the water where they landed, like by the river, and put a stick in the ground and put a berry on top of it, like a little stick berry hat, and be like, there. That way they know.
Nice.
Tech's gonna pull out a rope. Who likes getting tied up?
Did somebody redeem another Sigori?
Dude, Bramble. Yeah.
There's just way too many back taxes that he has to pay in.
It's
So
exactly what it is. I'm just not talking enough this go around. So we're like, I've probably done like 25 seconds of Sigorius, and I probably have like 4 minutes worth of redemption. So, yeah.
All right. So we're gonna tie ourselves together with rope.
Is that a good idea?
He wants to
Gerard,
know who needs to get in the water. Who's got the little marky on their face? He does. Does anybody else need to get rid of a curse?
I do, but I'm a cloud right now, so.
Yes.
Well, I guess we'll tie the rope around Fee and lower her into the water. Is that
Well,
what we're doing?
Fee would probably just octo Fee
Oh
into
yeah, I guess
this.
that's a thing. Never mind.
But you
Forgot.
can
So,
give her a rope to
what
hold on to when she's
is
an octopus.
is this a
That's
brazier
down.
or a brazier in the middle of the?
Yeah.
I realize as I'm saying
Yes.
that I'm screaming, and I'm
For
not
those
just
not here,
mimicking
there
a
is a
regular
bra in the middle
bramble.
of the water. I don't know why, but there is.
Is that a brazier just on a stone out there?
Yes, there is a small stone brazier out there.
Can Skarnak run up to it and stand on the stone brazier area?
Yeah, you could run. I mean, I don't think you could jump from the bank out there.
I can just run on water.
Oh, that's true. You can, huh? Then yes.
Yes, Karnak has even more. This is his showing off to his friends. As Karnak, instead of running on walls, runs across water and then up walls to go sit like a gargoyle in the middle of the brazier.
Um. All right.
I'm not
Skarnak.
sitting in it. I'm sitting outside it.
Mm-hmm. Corin, actually, as you are telling those stories, you realize that you get a pretty common reaction from a lot of these people. They seem amused and interested to hear stories about the gods. Because if thinking about it and talking with them, um, there really aren't any gods here. There's just the dragons. So it's rather novel for them to hear stories about gods from the outside world that are, you know, have any positive interactions with anyone, basically, at all.
Not a lot of clerics in these lands, you're saying?
Nah, just the ones that serve the dragon. All right, Fee's turning into Froggy Fee. How appropriate. All right. As you guys move over to the waters and get closer to the bank, Gerard will call out, "Do try to be respectful. This is a sacred spot to me and to many other lowlanders. Also, be careful. There are things in the water sometimes. It is not exactly safe here."
Skarnak is like hovering, looking for something dangerous in the waters.
All right, give me a perception check.
I'm lifeguarding today, folks. Can't swim with a dam, but I can sink real fucking well.
One moment. Can you say something again for me, Java?
Uh, Definitely. Yes, I can totally say things for you.
Is that better, chat? Is he better?
Ah. Can you hear me now, chat? All right. Skarnak, as you're looking down into the waters, just rough estimate, this river here is probably 70 to 80 feet deep.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and it's moving very quickly. Looking up ahead of west, you see a waterfall probably 30 or 40 feet tall where all this water's gushing down out of. And it seems to be coming out of a cave in the side of the cliff.
Nice.
And there's cold wind coming down this river. This river valley between the cliffs is much colder than the surrounding air. Back up on the edge of the bank where you guys were, it was probably it's pretty warm actually. It's midsummer most of the rest of the continent, so it would actually been quite warm up there. It's pleasantly cold down here.
Well, Skarnak loves the cold, so that's just like chef's kiss.
But you don't see anything moving in the water.
I know. I'm on supervision. I'm going in if somebody yells. If somebody yelps out.
All right. Gerard will turn to the woman that he has with one of his clan members and begins saying something to her, and you realize after a few seconds that it's some sort of ritual that he's reciting. And after a minute or two, um, he just looks at her and says loudly, or says gently, "Are you ready?" She will nod, and then he will grab her by the shoulder, and the two of them will just leap into the water. And Skarnak, you'll notice that he's holding her tightly. They take a deep breath as they go to jump in, and as they jump in, the two of them quickly sink down towards the bottom. And looking down on the side that Gerard is on, there appears to be some sort of flat stone surface down between the pillar that you're on and the pillar here in the middle of the river. The two of them swim down to it. The woman appears to be having some serious trouble swimming in this current, but Gerard isn't. He's a very powerful swimmer, and he's got her firmly, so he swims down there, puts his hand down onto the bottom of it, pulls her closer so she can do the same, and you see a faint yellow glow from the rocks down below, and then the two of them begin swimming up. Fee, I imagine Octofee has just swum down into the water.
Octofee swam down in there and is taking a look around.
Okay. Then in this water, it's really, really fast-moving water. Like you're having to use most of your swim speed just to keep up with the speed of the current. You find probably a few crustaceans, like river crawdads and smaller stuff like that, that are living towards the edges of the banks, under rocks and in areas where the water's not moving quite as fast. There are also fish here, although most of them notice you and immediately run for their lives. But yeah, you see Gerard and the woman leap into the water and begin swimming down. And you watch as they move down to this. It's a stone circle about 10 or 12 feet across, set down into the bottom of the riverbed. It looks like it's been there for a long time. Parts of it are overgrown with what little stuff will grow in this strong current. And there's smooth rocks that butt up against it all around it. But you watch as they swim down to it, and from your perspective, Gerard places his hand on it, pulls the woman in close, and then you see him say something. Like you see air escape from his lungs. And then some kind of magic seems to emanate from this stone circle.
Does Fee understand what he says?
Nope. I can't imagine you'd be able to hear what he says in this current.
Gribby,
all right. Gribby jumps into the water. All right. Currently, Raging Gribby would not have any trouble swimming, although even Raging Gribby, I think, would realize this is a really strong current. So Gerard swims back up to the surface with the woman in tow. They break the surface. He grabs onto the edge of the platform and begins climbing up and helping her up. He will stay at the edge and look around, breathing heavily. Is there anyone else who wants to, well, see if the magic down there will benefit you?
There's an
Octofee
octopus in there.
Octofee is gonna follow them up because she's just watching them at this point, and she'll like semi come up and wave at him and say me, but I don't know if he'll understand Octopus Fee.
Yes, he doesn't understand Octopus Fee.
But she points at herself with a little thingy and says me, and waves.
Right. Skarnek would also murmur, the goblin is also in there.
Oh, and he's just gonna kind of look around, looking for Gribby. How well is Gribby swimming?
I look down.
That's a question for Bramble. Does Gribby know how to swim, or is he just rage swimming?
I mean, do you want me to roll? I'm assuming he knows how to swim.
Okay, then yeah, that's just a question of like, do you want Gribby to have never swum before?
No, he knows how to swim.
Okay, so it's not easy, but you are holding your own. It's right about now that Garathan, as you are scouting around and looking around, you spot a group of people down at a bridge across the river, and you can begin making your way down towards them. Also, Azuru, as you've been making your way up the river flying low, you also will eventually come to this location, probably right about now.
Nobody
because-
spotted Fee's berry stick? Ah.
Azuru probably. No, actually, no. Azuru, why don't you roll a perception check for me and see if you did. Gareth, and I'm going to have you land on the other bank. Nope, nobody found the berry.
Unlucky.
Or berry.
Some critter will find it eventually.
Actually, what probably happened is some critter found it before Azuru did. Yes, 30 seconds after Fee leaves, like a squirrel comes over, just grabs the berry and leaves. All right, but Azuru and Garathan, as the rest of you are conversing over who needs to have their mark removed, some other clouds will fly up and settle in and begin changing back into people.
Yeah, I land and I
Yeah.
wave.
I land and I see everyone towards the center of the bridge, and I just kind of say, "Oh, okay, there they are." And I come up to everyone and I say, "I don't want to be a cloud when we have to go back. I didn't like that."
I don't think she can use it again.
Well, good. I'll just walk back.
This Skarnak
Sir
is
Rod will
very
look at Gareth
talkative
and say,
today.
I can, of course, escort everyone who wants back downriver, or you can go yourself. It is quite easy to follow the river. I would recommend taking the southern bank. You will not have to cross.
I would go down river with you. Like in the river.
If you are in the riverbed, it is very difficult to get out of the riverbed in many places. It cuts deeply through the rocks. But
surprisingly, one of the things I'm okay at.
Gerard's going to kind of look over his shoulder at Skarnak and say, yes, I think maybe you are. But for the rest of you, those of you who want to partake of the blessing of the river, you will need to join me down here in the water. We are going to swim down. There is a rune circle at the bottom here between these two pillars.
I'll join. I don't know how many curses, but I think Azuru would just want to witness it for knowledge sake.
It is not for the faint of heart.
I have a ring of swimming.
You must swim down. Yeah, even with the ring of swimming, that means you're probably not going to get swept away without a chance to do it. The water here is probably moving 40, 50 feet per round.
Sheesh.
It's also really cold, but most of you will be okay with that.
Can I make athletics checks?
You're going to have to make athletics checks, actually.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I can't really do anything about swimming except I got a
Also,
pretty big athletics
question.
score, so.
Garathan,
Yes.
are you wearing armor?
Yeah.
So
I'm wearing
down will be
plate.
very easy.
Okay, it's the up part that sucks.
Yeah, the up part might be a little hard for you.
I mean,
How
I could
deep
take
is
off
the
my armor.
water?
It's gonna take a little bit though.
Yeah, you could take your armor off. There's no critical press for time.
How deep is the water?
60 or 70 feet is deep. For a river, is real deep.
Garathan the only one that looks nervous about swimming?
Yeah.
Everyone else is pretty good.
I mean, Skarnak doesn't exactly swim a lot, but he is water friendly in one way or another.
I mean, I can swim. I'm worried about the armor. I'm guessing if I come up, I'm gonna pretty much be rolling with disadvantage the whole time coming up.
Yeah, to try and get up. Yes.
Okay, well then I'm gonna go towards the edge of the stuff here, and I'm gonna take my armor off, and I'm gonna leave it.
If I give him haste, would that help at all? because he would get an extra movement per round.
Yeah, haste would definitely help. As long as
I
you're not
will-
getting swept
Thank
away.
you for the
So I put
subby,
I will
over
give
here.
him
Hector.
haste.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, you're gonna go over to the bank and take your armor off.
Yeah, that's all gonna happen. Be like over here.
Okay. As you guys collect yourselves to dive into the water.
I'll head. No, would I head in? No, I think I'd stay looking.
Also resummon my familiars, and
Okay.
my plan is to get down, witness it, or partake in this thing, and then if I get in trouble or anyone gets in trouble, we're gonna dimension door the fuck out of the water.
Fine. Yeah, you can take one person with you when you dimension door out.
We also help many tentacles. She just kind of in the water right now. Well,
Alright.
I'd say half in the water, half looking up at what's his face.
Sophie,
Hmm.
after you've been here for a few minutes and you're kind of looking around and watching what everybody's doing, you probably, when you are over by the pillar looking upstream, you have a shocking moment of deja vu. You've seen this place before.
Have you seen this place before?
You have.
Was it the Scary Visions drama?
Yes, it was.
Oh no! Not the Scary Visions. Which one? Wait a minute. Hang on.
While Fee's looking that up, the rest of you prepare yourselves, and it's time to dive into the river.
Here we go.
Terror, deja vu.
I'm gonna sort of crawl down the pillar to keep an eye on them in the water, shouting for furiously.
We've had so many conversations, Java. So many.
All right. Everyone else will dive into the water as Keck and Lenari are on the bank looking on. Most of the people disappear into the water. The woman is going to stay up at the top of the pillar and just dry off. The rest of you, as you dive down into the water, it is very cold and very fast. I will need everyone to make athletics checks. It's going to be DC 16. Except for Azura, you have a swim speed, and Fee, who has a swim speed. For you guys, it's just 10.
Do I have to do that if I'm just staying on the pillar?
No, you're not swimming. You're literally walking down the pillar.
Yeah, I'm ignoring the existence of water.
Fee, you don't have to make the check necessarily. This is just if you want to stay close to everybody.
I also think I have a thing of swimming too on top of it. I do.
Yeah, Octofee has a swim speed. The athletics check would just be if you want to stay in touch range of everybody else as they go down. You don't have to.
I can do that. Is okay.
I need one from with advantage from Gribby too. I'm gonna tip Jared's athletic score. Yeah, he's fine. Okay. So the group of you swim down to the bottom. As you get down towards the bottom of this river, Fee, you're going to notice this first. As you guys are swimming down, Gerard stops for a second and looks around with a confused expression on his face. And Fee, you notice it because you're big. The waters around the two pillars have gotten less fast. And Fee, you would notice it first. It's because the waters have started swirling in a slight vortex around the circle down at the bottom. Gerard will look around for a second and then gesture for everybody to follow him and continue swimming down all the way to the bottom. The rest of you are going to see a very ancient stone circle that is set into the bottom of this river. It looks like it's been heavily worn from the passage of water, but there are still runes that are clearly cut into it. Gerard will swim down to it, put his hand up against it, look up at everybody, and gesture for them to do the same.
I will do the same.
All right. Azuru's touching it. Garathan? Gribby?
Yes.
Can I do a perception check for whatever's going on around here?
Sure. Go right ahead. Fee, are you also going to touch the stone circle?
Is it a yellow light that's emitting from this Java?
Not at the moment.
Did I see a yellow light when he did it with the other one?
Yeah, faint golden glow. Yeah.
Is it the same similar one that was emitting from the corpse in the vision?
No, it wouldn't be.
Okay. Fee will touch the rock.
Yeti. As Skarnak is looking around, wondering what the confusion is about, you observe that in a roughly 20-foot radius from this stone circle, there seems to be water that's moving differently than the rest of the current, just kind of circling this stone circle.
Okay.
It seems to be shielding everyone from the full force of the current, and it looks like it might be getting stronger. But for the rest of you, Gerard has his hand on this stone circle, looks to make sure everyone else is touching the stone, either the stone circle itself or inside the stone circle. He closes his eyes for a second and then says something out loud, letting out a gush of air out of his mouth. And then some sort of powerful magic begins pulsing out of this stone. It will wash over each of you. And I want each of you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please. All right. So, Fee, you feel this magic pulse out and wash over you. And it feels like you're suddenly getting assaulted by a blizzard, as ice is like scouring across your skin. It's very, very unpleasant as this washes over you, and actually you immediately transform back from Octofee into normal Fee, which probably catches you very much by surprise. Azuru and Garathan and Gribby, the three of you, as you place your hand on the circle. Azuru, give me an Arcana check.
Yes, chef.
You feel a wave of some kind of divine magic wash out from this over your body. It seems to be cleansing, like it dispels magic, it removes curses, it's searching for negative energy and things of that nature and purging them away from you. For a second, you feel your connection with Medivh disappear and then reappear, as if it just kind of pulsed across you and you lost that momentarily.
Ooh, don't scare me like that, Java.
Fee, Garathan, and Gribby, the three of you also feel, in addition to all the other effects that have happened here, the curse marks that you have on you are washed away. They disappear.
Nice.
I telepathically, I mean, assuming that I comprehended that as a zero, I telepathically see if I can talk to Medivh.
You can. Medivh gives concern. He felt it also, so he's wondering what just happened to you. But Gerard will look at the rest of you and gesture up, like we can swim up now. Fee.
Fee, no one to swim up. Fee is gonna point towards. You said that was a waterfall, right, Java?
I did.
Fee is gonna point upriver and, well, underwater, and gesture that they should go that away.
Okay. Can Fee also make an athletics check for me?
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, no, this is right. Wow. Alright,
Okay.
never mind. Fee's pointing one way, but she's going the
Yep, that's pretty much what happens. You gesture and point that way, and you begin swimming that way, and then realize that this is a lot harder than it is as Octofee. And you are swept over to the pillar, and then past the pillar, and begin getting swept downstream.
Ah.
Everyone else, you can react to that if you want. You all see Fee begin getting swept downriver.
Superman Groovy attempts to help.
Super Groovy moves in for the rescue. Keck, I will say you and Lenari don't know there's anything wrong yet.
Oh, okay.
She's at the bottom of the river, being swept downriver.
Gotcha.
I would pursue as well.
All right,
The ring is moving.
Azuru, I will need you to make an athletics check for me. Gerard is just going to swim back up to the surface because he just lost most of his water. You guys see Azuru surface for a second and begin looking around down in the river until a goblin grabs Fee, probably just like plants a hand on her and then begins pulling her up towards the surface. Gribby surfaces in the position that you see out there with Fee in tow. Garathan, are you going after them or are you just going to swim up?
I'm gonna probably go after Gribby because I don't think he can handle getting them both up to shore. So I'm gonna try.
All right, make an athletics check. Can you catch up? All right. Gribby has arrested Fee's movement. Garathan swims up and puts an arm around Fee and begins moving up towards the edge. I wonder, what was that for?
Don't mind me.
That voice.
So, are you pulling Fee back towards the pillar or towards one of the banks?
So we all know that we got cleansed here. Is there anyone left at the pillar? I'd probably go back towards the banks because we're done. We're done over there, right?
Okay, so you guys begin heading down towards the bank under the bridge here. Gerard climbs back up onto the pillar.
So does Skarnak. He comes out of the water.
As you come up out of the water, Skarnak, give me another perception check.
Okay. A lot of D20s, Keck.
Really is?
Yeah, it was a lot of D20s, huh?
Oh.
All right. So Skarnak, as you climb back up the pillar, just walking up the side of it, you notice that the circle at the bottom of the water, the light's still there. It actually is coming back a little bit. And as you're walking up the outside of the pillar, whatever it is that's causing a swirl in the water seems to be getting even stronger and taking shape.
Gerard, I would murmur.
Gerard will look back.
And point
Yes.
at it.
What is it, my friend?
The water is not watering like water.
What?
I'll point down.
I noticed the current was different, but he's going to lean back and look down over the edge. So the water here in the center, where the circle is now calm. It's perfectly still, and there's no movement or ripples in the water. And he looks down and says, that is different. That I have not seen this before. And he's going to look down at everybody else and say, you might want to get out of the water, quickly.
Yes, sir.
Skarnak is on the stone still, just inspecting the water.
Behind you, you hear something rising out of the water.
Ooh, let's check it.
You don't have to take very long to check it. As a giant head comes up out of the water behind you.
Hello.
And begins looming over you and everyone else.
Hello, I say in Primordial.
And this creature will reply to you in Primordial. Who is disturbing my slumber? Those of you
Skarnak
who
will point over at Gerard and the party who disturbed the slumber. These individuals.
Fee will wave excitedly at the primordial as she understands. Says, "I'm Fee."
That's Fee. People like Fee. Not people like Fee as well.
and this creature will look over all of you, and actually the rest of you might notice that Gerard has gone down on one knee, and the woman next to him is bowing to the ground completely. And this creature will look at all of you and say, "Why have you come here to steal the last glimmers of my master's power?"
Again,
Fee
point
is,
at Gerard and Fee.
Fee is gonna say, "Is your master the one trapped in the darkness with the chain
This being is
and
going
the
to
light?"
look over at Fee and addresses her directly. "How do you know of this thing?"
A book told me. Fee was wondering if you could show us the way up there and we could maybe help him out. He looks stuck.
So this giant water serpent creature begins moving over towards Fee, and then looks down at Fee and says, "And why should I let you pass into the realm of my master? How do I know you are not a servant of the one that imprisoned him? I see your horns. Spawn of a devil and a human, is it?"
I'm a druid.
Also, Skarnak will peep up if you want to talk lineage. Not the most problematic one here.
Fee is a druid. Fee helps people. Fee needs more friends. And Fee is vision. She saw him and he looked like he needed help. He likes helping people and friends. You want a berry?
This being will look down at Fee, and then you hear Gerard's voice. "Servant of the great water serpent, we merely sought your blessing to remove the curses that your enemies have placed upon us. I myself can attest that these folk do not serve your enemy." And the serpent will look over at him briefly, and then look back at Fee and say, "I have no need of your paltry druidic magic. But if you would dare enter the realm of my master and seek to release him from the bondage placed upon him, then I suppose I can let the temple test you itself."
Okie dokie.
And then he's going to look at Azuru, Gribby, and Garathan, who are probably swimming up to the bank right about now. And you hear a deep rumbling noise come from the creature. "Be careful not to wed yourself too closely to the fates of these creatures."
Their
You
fates
begin
are bad? What? We
He's
didn't
talking about
understand.
us?
Garrett and
Damn,
just
that's harsh.
and is wondering
I
why
s-
the giant
I say we kill him.
We're not fighting the giant thing. We need him to give us a ride up to the top of the waterfall to get into the ancient ruins. Come on, water dragon.
Can I just climb? Can I just climb the rocks up the side of the waterfall?
You could, yeah. It looks like it.
I look at the dragon. I say, "So, has Fee made friend of you?"
This giant serpent made out of water will look at Skarnak and say, "Friend, friend of me, I am not so easily persuaded by mortals."
Duly noted. I'll make sure to tell her to try harder next time. I can yell in common, Fee, he's not your friend yet.
Oh,
It
That
is,
means we gotta keep
Tessie.
trying.
it
What
is
is...
not my duty to bar passage.
What do we call you?
I am the Gold Wash. And Gerard will hiss, "That is the name of this river. This is the river spirit."
All right, Mr. River Spirit. I'll ask him primordial. What issue do you take with the three of us?
He didn't know you spoke Primordial.
So
I speak
the
so
river
many
spirit
languages, bro.
will turn back to
All of the
Azuru.
Gambling, maybe.
languages.
Yeah, gambling.
Your bloodline will do you no service in this place. Your ancestors have long been my foe.
I respond that not all dragons are evil.
Only the ones that I have had dealings with.
You know, maybe you're just a little bit unlucky, Mr. River God, and I'll give him like a respectful flourish slash bow, trying to show like, I don't know, respect.
He will look at Azuru and say, "You do not bear my enemy's mark, so you may pass."
Can Fee go? Who can go? Fee?
Skarnak will ask, like, is he allowed help from these hard-earned allies while being...
I can barely hear you, Yeti. I don't know
Yeah,
what you just
you were
said.
really muddy there.
Oh, sorry, guys. Is that any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Giru with... Giru, Jesus Christ. Giru's on a spaceship in the middle of hell. Skarnak would ask the water spirit, are Fee's friends allowed to assist with her trial by the temple?
This water spirit will look down at Skarnak and say, "She will require it. The trials are not for the faint of heart, or
I
body,
don't know if I have a
or
heart.
mind."
Can you?
What? Go
Can
ahead.
you? Sorry, go ahead, Grop.
Oh, I was just gonna ask. I was gonna ask him if he knows what will happen if we release his master. Is this like a world-ending event?
He will turn back to you, and after a pause, he will admit, "I do not know."
It's probably more of a Fee
Do I think
question,
he's
Guap.
lying? Okay, no problem. I bow again.
Ask Fee why she knows this and stuff, and that'll probably help answer your questions more. But Fee is gonna ask the water dragon thing if he could fly them upstream to the facility so they can enter the rune places. Please?
I don't think Azuru would have any inclination that Fee would know, so I don't know if I could ask.
Well, I
So,
did just start talking to a random water dragon that I never met before about secret ruins and facilities.
Yeah, but to be fair, you talk to anything you meet. that's like very
very
Fee,
Fee. That's very
yeah.
true. That's very true.
this creature will look at Fee, cock its head to one side as she talks, and then reply, "I do not know how you have learned these secrets, but know, if I aid you, in finding your way inside. It would betray who I am. You are not the devoted of my lord. I will not give you any assistance. I must not.
He just opened the door for us, and I'll turn to Fee and ask, what secrets?
Fee's gonna say, okay, one moment please. And then Fee's gonna say, huddle party, everybody, huddle party.
The river spirit is going to sink back into the river. And Gerard is going to collect his tribesperson and begin walking back across the bridge. Carry on.
Right. So, do you guys remember? Actually, who was here for the book thing? I think Keck was, right? And Garathan?
Yep.
Gribby.
I wasn't here for the book thing.
You weren't here for the book thing? Was Lenari?
I think I was
Lenari
there.
was.
I
Lenari
remember
was.
some book thing.
Okay, good. So it makes more sense. He is gonna look at the people who were there and go, so, I'm sorry about the dog. So, you guys remember when, like, there was that book and I asked it that question about how to save us from, like, doom because of the two wars and the doom?
Nimsy, you got another sub.
I know, I got hacksered. I said thank you while you guys were talking. I kind of just talked over you guys.
No.
Much love to all the subbies. Anyways, what was I saying? Right. So you guys remember the doom and gloom and stuff in the book, the magical book that gave me like answers and almost knocked me unconscious? That one?
Yes.
Heck will nod.
She's like, right. Well, it gave me like 3 horrifyingly terrible visions. Okay. And the second one, which was the second strongest, the first one, I'm pretty sure it has to do with that guy that looks like Jabba that's underneath, but that's neither here nor there because he won't let me, like, the Behir won't be friends with me, so whatever. But this one was the second one, right? And she's like, and there were like runes and lots of things. And there was a rune on a snowy mountaintop, and there was a rune on a cliffside ravine, and then there was a dark shape below the waves, a streaming jungle that looked just like this, and then there was the river that looked just like this, and in the river I saw us dive into it and then fly upstream into a kind of facility where the headwaters were surging, right? And then there was another rune in an active volcano past a really big sleeping red dragon, which hopefully won't cause us issues later. And then, it might have saw me too during the vision. That might be important to note. I don't know. Anyways. um, Anyways, I zipped it through the ruins, right? And I like followed the pathways and stuff. And at the end of one of the pathways in the ruins, in the darkness, there was a corpse with like chains wrapped around it. And it was I'm being attacked by a dog. Hi, baby. With chains wrapped around it, and there was the
Crazy vision.
bright light that like was orbiting the body. And as I looked at it, the light looked at me like it was a soul. It was on the corpse, and I think it's this dude's dude, like the light, right? I think it's the god thing he was talking about. And it ended my vision, but I'm pretty sure he's the key to saving the world. So we gotta go find him. Okay?
Azure just slow clapped at that explanation.
And she'll be like, the other vision was scary and I don't want to think about it, so we'll not worry about that one. We're gonna focus on this one. Let's save the god and save the world, okay? Good plan?
Save Australia to save the world.
God, season 1 of that show is so good.
Right?
The effect of a writer's strike.
I like how
know.
we're doing this and Corn stayed behind to convert everybody.
Don't worry what I'm doing.
Watch it be like, wait, Saloon, the god that he worships is still like talkative and whatever. So this is a different god, right? Maybe it's best we didn't take him.
Or maybe we could have had help.
It would have been helpful. I did try to get you to come, but no. Somebody wanted to convert everybody.
I mean, someone has to stay behind and heal people. Can't just be light.
Why not?
They're all healed. They were healed before.
So I turn to Fee and I say, so do we all need to go? Like, how many people should we send up to the ruins?
Azir is
Skarnak
100%
remembered.
going.
I could go and help.
I mean, if we would like Corin there, I still have my sending stone. I can send him a message.
We'd have to wait here for days.
While he traveled alone through
Oh yeah.
a dangerous territory.
Yeah, damn clouds.
Operation Cloud.
Operation Cloud.
Clouds are back on the menu.
Trying to think, is there dimension door is only 500 feet. I don't have
500
the
feet's only a
scroll-
tenth of a mile, FYI.
Yeah, I don't have the scroll teleportation thing yet.
Oh well.
Feels like we can always come back later, but like I think we should do
There
it now because we're
really-
here. But we'll probably
If
There's
there's a
like-
big tree. Is there a really big tree around?
That is an excellent question. Give me a perception check.
Okay.
You want to ride a tree down the river, huh?
No, I wanna if we want Corin, we can actually and there's a big tree, we can ask Light to do her spell.
To do the
The
is it
tree
like a-
spell thing.
You could
Huh?
use it as a teleportation device.
Looking
Kinda.
around, you do think you spot a tree that might be big enough.
Cool.
That's fucking
Alright.
sick. Nice thought.
does anybody
Yeah.
have a seed for light? If not, I need to do a long rest to get a.
I have a CD seed, I believe.
So she
In
needs
my
it.
giant pile of shit that Lenari has.
Don't pull any cards from the deck of many things. Dangerous.
No. Who pulled cards from the deck of many? That's like the first thing they teach you.
Who do you think? Who do you
Oh.
think did it?
Keck will side-eye Fee and Azuru.
What? I'm a king now. What are you talking about?
He is a king.
Yeah, I have the CD seed.
Yes, Fee learned not to pull the cards, though. I think I'm hoping that Java or somebody I think told her that the cards were bad afterwards, because at first I don't think she thinks they did anything.
Keck
Oh.
told you the cards were bad before you went and gambled.
Well, that's true.
How many good cards were there before you hit the not great cards?
Fee knew what she was
There
doing.
One.
One.
I drew
Oh.
I drew the. What was it? I forget the name of it, but I drew the one that gives me a keep and a crown.
Oh. Well, at least if you didn't did you draw the one that makes you lose all your stuff?
Yep.
She did.
Oh.
Fee is
Rough.
broke and dust.
And she drew
And she
the
had no
rogue.
clothes.
She also she drew Ruin and Rogue.
Ooh. Okay.
It won't bite us in the ass later, I'm sure.
No.
Right,
no.
Java? It'll be fine, right?
She didn't have anything important in
Absolutely
there.
fine. It will be 100% fine. The story will not suffer at all.
Just
I
maybe
I
Fee.
still don't understand what that means. Does that mean you just have like this is out of character, obviously. Does that just mean you have a mortal enemy somewhere? I'm
Ex-
super confused about what that card
Mhm.
actually
A
is.
rogue, it means that an NPC is now her bitter sworn enemy, and she has no idea who it is. And yeah, I don't have to tell her.
Oh, Bardicus
gonna
is gonna
find out.
murder you. This is gonna be great.
No.
That
Well,
would
let's be real.
destroy
It's
me.
actually
No.
Chi.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Java.
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
Anywho, if we wanted to,
Death by nut.
like, we could see if we can get corn, but we don't have to. I don't. What are we all thinking about this temple?
Fee thinks that we're gonna have to go down a lot of ancient hallways. There'll be rubble and monsters and dangers, and then in the end there'll be chambers. Some are gonna be gilded with pretty gems and stuff, and others will be plain and stuff like that. And then each of them there'll be a evil dark black chain tied to some type of relic in the center or something, and we probably need to break that in order to free the god. Yep.
They gave you a whole rundown, huh?
That was a very specific guess. Let's
Java
go.
gave Fee a book, alright? This is just part of one of the visions, alright? Fee was traumatized for weeks.
Zero is pro books, so I'm down. I mean, I think sending a message doesn't hurt, right? If Corin wants to stay and convert the villagers.
Just remember, we have a mission right now, right? Get these guys to safety.
But this is also part of the larger mission. Like, Fee actually had a direct, like, we should help this guy. You know, save the water god, save the world.
This is for the world, Corin.
I think we
Not
should
just
go
some
before
village.
we do
You're thinking
any...
too small.
How many people can go through this tree teleporter thing?
All of us can. We can all go through it.
Yeah, it's like an open portal.
We should ask our person who asked us to come with him what his plans are and what he thinks and all the things.
Should we have all the villagers come through the portal then? Just everybody come here? And then if Gerard and all the people want to leave, they can?
Well, doesn't light spell only be able to grab people from there to there instead of like she has to be there?
I can send. We can send people to light, but we can't come back unless we do a long rest over there.
Yes.
I mean,
It's
gonna be
unlikely
safer in
that
the
light
forest.
could open or could send you here directly. But also, Gerard will have been listening to you guys talking this whole time. And he will make it pretty clear that his goal in this is pretty much done. He wants to get his people to somewhere safe. That's his priority. This whole business with gods is something that he's interested in, but he has to make sure that his people are taken care of. And right now, that's really volatile and dangerous, and a higher priority for him at the moment.
Well, let's get them to safety and then double back here and do the god trials for Fee.
Well, they're pretty safe. My question is to Gerard. Do you need help getting back, or are you okie dokie?
Gerard will look at Fee and then look at his clan member and say, I think I can make my way safely back to the Forest of Lights. If it's just the two of us, we will go unnoticed. I can make sure of that. Are you all going to be all right here yourselves? I know you are capable, but you are in the middle of nowhere.
And we also wouldn't know how to get back once we're done.
Well, you can follow the river back down. It will take you past
follow the river.
Wismontes eventually, but...
Oh, that's true. And we'll have to do it without Corin.
Yeah, going in probably into ruins with undead without our cleric might be kind of hard.
Why don't we... I mean, is anyone opposed? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, can we use lights to go back, Java, take a long rest, and come back out, or does this need to be a different mission on a different, like, day?
You could. I would let you guys do some initial exploration, I think. But looking at the time that we've got left, it would probably be better if this was a different mission. It's ended a little bit early, but
Let's do that then.
That's fine.
Yeah, let's head back with everybody. Connect with Corin, get
We can probably
Gerard and
prep
his
for an
people
expedition.
safety, and then God trials. We can take a long rest, get all our spell slots back, because I'm desperately hurting on that.
Are we
This
gonna
is like
group up here and wait so we can just cloud back?
No, we're just gonna take Light's thing, right?
Oh, okay, that works.
Yes, and I will also say Fee can learn tree stride, so she can
Yeah,
bring
I
you
can
back
do
that
tree
area.
stride when we get there. I just need to do a long rest because I used it for wind walk.
And is there any tree here big enough that Fee in the future could tree stride to?
Yep, Lenari found one for you.
Yep, we're gonna
Perfect.
use it to go to Corin and get back. Alright, B goes, alright, let's go get our lazy priest.
Well, so then Lenari, you gotta send to. We need
Yeah.
Lenari to message Light and Corin, do the tree voodoo stuff.
Oh yeah, I could also just do sending stone to Light to ask her.
Good, yeah.
To open it.
Yeah, I
Save
think
your
I'll do
stone.
that. Yeah. Yes, I do have my stone. Yeah, I'll use my sending stone to ask her to open a tree portal. And I guess I'll give. Do we give coordinates? Like, how does that?
Oh, this you will actually have to use the seedling. The reason
Okay.
being, she needs to either have touched the tree or seen the tree before in order to teleport people through it.
Gotcha.
In this instance, the seed provides what you need for her to be able to do that.
Then I will use the seedling and ask her to open it up for us if she can.
She definitely can.
Cool.
She will transport you all back to the grove. And
Including
when you,
Gerard and right, they we didn't just dip on
yeah,
them.
yeah,
Alright,
you didn't
cool.
just. Gerard is actually going to step through and then immediately duck into the woods after saying to all of you, "Thank you, my friends. You have definitely earned an ally today. I will do my best to be of help to you in the future. Right now, there is not much I can do, but at a later date, I will try to be as helpful as possible. And I hope that I can rely on your friendship in the future. But for now, I must go continue searching for my missing clan members."
What do you want us to do with all your friends? And she'll point at everybody here.
For now, I think I will have them stay with Light for a little bit longer. At least until we are certain that the curse has been broken and it is safe for everyone to move to somewhere else. Then I think I will come and collect them and move them to another safer place further away.
Okie dokie.
Yes.
Don't eat
And I
any squirrels. Bye.
Gerard will turn away from you and then chuckle and say over his shoulder, "Oh, but they are so very tasty."
If he makes a disgusted
All right. And as you all come back, you will find Corin, um, the preaching, I suppose, would be the right word for it. As most of the lowlanders are sitting around listening to him, some more interestedly than others. Corin, can you roll a d20 for me?
If I give him
Wow.
if I use minor illusion to make it look like he has like moonlight glowing around him, can he
Oh, that's been like I can do cantrips on my own for that. Trust me.
He's going
Okay.
ham here. He's
Yeah.
been doing this for like a day
Yeah.
while we've been gone.
I will say he's
I was just
probably
trying to help
standing
you.
in a shaft of moonlight, like as he's talking, like there's things that are just kind of like appearing around him and like outlines of stuff as he's explaining things. But right about half of the lowlanders are sitting raptly listening. Some of them are asking him questions about Selune and other of the gods. And yeah, it seems that you've struck a chord with these people. Actually, most of them seem very interested. And as you guys come through, the woman that came with you guys is going to walk up to Light and have a conversation with her. Is there anything else you guys would like to do?
Fee says we should take a nice long rest and everybody take a good sleeps. And then, Corin, we're going on an adventure, okay? We need you to come with us. We gotta go help some god of light or something or another. I don't know, but we're going into ruins and it's dark.
It's dark.
And there's probably undead things. Okay?
Does she break my concentration while I'm still preaching?
Make a concentration check.
Do you love
Nope.
me?
She's distracting, but you don't break.
Can I go back over to work with the giant some more on our carving?
Yeah, if you want to. As you guys are gonna spend the day here, take a long rest, prepare yourselves, maybe acquire some things.
Fee will. How long is Corin gonna be?
I'm ending it with that quote there.
Okay. Right after he's done, Fee's gonna step up on his little platform and go, "Hi, everybody. It's Fee."
And a few of them smile and wave.
Yeah. Fee wants to tell you all that you're gonna be here for a while until Gerard comes. and then yeah. So Light will help you guys and protect you guys and stuff, and you guys can protect each other, of course. I can give out lots of berries for the night because I'm sure y'all are hungry, and then probably have to work amongst yourself to figure out food and water and stuff. But I'm sure Light can help, and we'll be back. Yeah, we're gonna all sleep. Fee is tired. Okay. How many berries do I need to make?
about 30.
Okay.
I'm making food and water for people.
How do I roll 1d20 times 3?
3d20.
So smart, Java. There you go. I hand out those berries, one berry to every person. Do with that what you will.
Okie dokie. All right, so you guys are gonna rest up here, and we'll pick it up next time. Well then, congratulations, everybody. This would be officially closing this part of the arc. You will probably interact with these villagers more later, but you are officially done with that particular set of tasks, as they are now mostly taken care of. Now I just one little last bit of housekeeping. Can I get everybody to roll me a d6, please? Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, very nice. Okay, so out of everybody here, as Fee is handing out the berries, there are two groups of people who, perhaps absent-mindedly, I would imagine most of you here are suspicious enough of the berries that you wait until other people start eating the berries before you eat them yourselves, right?
Skarnak normally doesn't eat them because he
yes.
exclusively drinks the yellow fluid.
Well, that's true.
Heck, very sussy of the berries.
All right.
I'm gonna eat some of the food that I created.
Okay.
A berry.
Nobody likes
I'll eat a
Fee's
berry.
berries.
I'll eat a berry. Fuck it.
All right. So, as you guys are taking the berries and you're watching people, you're taking the berries or not taking the berries, it seems like everybody eating the berries, they're fine. Everybody's okay. There's no weirdness that happens because of the berries.
Alright, calculator berry.
And then about 10 or 15 minutes later,
Oh
Lenari, can you give me a wisdom saving throw? You too, Nimsy.
no.
Yeah, you guys are fine.
Yeah,
Nothing.
berries are
Excellent.
fine.
Perfect.
Corin, about 10 or 15 minutes after everybody has been eating the berries, and you have very pointedly not been eating the berries, a couple of the people that have been listening to Corin preaching come up to him and just begin asking questions, just wanting to know more about the particulars of your religion. One of them seems particularly insistent and is hanging on your every word. Can you make an insight check for me? How would Corin react if he realized that one of these people's probably hitting on him and cares less about Salune and more about him in particular? Because that's what's happening.
Any excuse to talk about Salune. Who knows?
Wisdom save would say I could probably notice instead.
Yes. And maintain control of yourself, because this person isn't a master of seduction, so there's no serious DC to any rolls we'd be making here. But one of these people cares about Corin, not Salune.
I'm gonna gently turn her down.
Make a persuasion or a performance check for me to do so. And you would have advantage because you figured out what's going on here quickly.
Jesus, Bramble.
Just so I can be proficient in persuasion.
Using everything at your disposal. I like it.
But not cover the chords.
All right. Very gently, you make it clear where you stand on that and steer the conversation back towards Salune. The person seems a little upset at that, but they don't get flustered or angry or anything like that. Just disappointed, perhaps. And also, I will say with that, nobody else seems to notice. Handle it quite subtly. Yeah, me too, Bramble, me too.
Has Fee met this burb yet? Who's this burb?
I'm disappointed too.
That is Medivh.
Medivh looks like a raven.
Medivh
That
does look like a
is
raven.
accurate.
However, as you get closer to Medivh, you will notice that Medivh is, in fact, not a raven.
What
There's-
is Medivh?
The Shadowrunner, right?
as you're examining Medivh, and Medivh does notice your interest, you're a druid. You would recognize living creatures and beasts. This bird, whatever it is not a beast. This is some sort of magical creature that is in the form of a beast. And you kind of get the vibe you get off of this particular creature. It seems pretty intelligent, and it also seems pretty dark. Like kind of like there's when Medivh is looking at you, it's kind of like when somebody is standing through a doorway and there's no light on them, you just can see their eyes looking at you. You can't really see what's behind it all.
Oh, that's not terrifying at all.
Hi. Does it respond?
Oh, you just say hi?
Mm-hmm.
Medivh just caws at you once, and you'd understand animals' speech. So it just says, I guess his voice would be a little raspy. Hello.
What are you? Who are you?
Will you give him a berry?
Hey, I am the companion of that one. And he'll point over at Azuru. And as you can see, I am a bird.
Bird. No. Yes? I don't know. He is very confused. You look like Burb, but not Burb.
You are observant. I am a bird. I am more than a bird.
You are friend?
Of course. I am friend with that one. And he points at Azuru.
Do I hear this conversation?
Yeah.
I'll telepathically tell Medivh to hop on her shoulder and give like a happy caw or something. I don't know.
He is.
Medivh cocks his head as if listening and then flaps up and lands on Nimsy's shoulder, or Fee's shoulder, not Nimsy's shoulder.
He offers Medieval Berry. She'll be like, you seem like my darkness seems, but nice too. So okay. Berry?
Medivh takes the berry and gobbles it down. Says, tasty. Thank you.
Welcome. He looks pretty pleased with herself. Like the bus scratches. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Very nice.
Alrighty. So are we gonna start the next session, or we just want to call it an early night? Is that the plan? What is the plan? What is the plan?
I think call it a night. There's some stuff that I have planned, but I would enjoy having more time to work on it.
Okie dokie. Sounds good.
Also, wait a minute. Ooh, now that I think about it, oh my, yeah, we should probably end because then we'd be halfway through other stuff. There's scheduling stuff that I need to tell you guys about. I've already informed Valera, but there's a little bit of stuff that's going on, so it'd be for the best if we didn't start this particular arc just now.
Sure.
Dun dun dun.
Java leaving us forever?
Java's leaving us?
Forever.
Yes. I'm going somewhere soon for like a week. So
no, you're not allowed to go on vacation, Java. It's against the rules.
It's against the. Wait a minute. I thought I made the rules.
No. You make the DM rules, but we make the gaming rules.
Uh-oh.
I don't know where she gets this wee thing from. I don't condone any of this behavior.
Where are you going for vacation, Java?
No kidding.
Utah.
Nice.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Where in Utah you go? I actually don't. We'll talk later. I'm streaming. I'm live streaming.
Ron, we're live.
We're live, Ron. We're live. Wait, live.
We're live, Ron. We are live.
We're live.
Yes, I will tell everybody what's going on later in Discord. Yes.
Okie dokie. Do we get anything for today's wonderful mission?
Yes.
He needs things. She's broken.
I think it's a conglomerate of all these chains together.
Fee's hurting for some new stuff. That's right.
Well, this particular mission is one that's like, well, there's not a whole lot of monetary rewards you guys are going to get from it. The guild actually can't reward you for this directly. That would be difficult for them to do without tipping people off that you guys were on a mission. I will say that I'm going to award you guys 2 points of experience for dealing with all this, but I think that might have to be it.
Can Fee at least get a diamond from the guild? Say maybe she lost hers, and they could refund diamond.
Technically, you did bring someone back to life last session, so yeah, I'll allow it.
Yay!
2 points of experience.
Do I get my diamond back as well? Or do I need to buy another one?
How did you lose yours? Yours
I
was the
gave
one
it
that
to-
got used.
Yeah.
Okay.
My diamond was also used because we resurrected 2 people, then the 1 person.
Yes. Anybody that used Revivify or gave up a diamond for Revivify, you may recover it.
Hogs up.
Alright. Well, Fee's still broke and destitute, didn't really get much, but at least she got a diamond back. When do we raise the cap?
You're sitting at the cap, aren't you?
Mm.
Well, the floor is going to go up pretty soon here, but the cap not quite yet. I think is Fee the only person at the cap, or is Kex at the cap, right?
Keck is at 2, so 12 and 2, so I'm 1 away from cap.
Okay. We'll have to keep track of who all is at the cap. Usually we increase the cap when there's a full party's worth of people that have all hit the cap. And it's appropriate for the story. We're getting close.
You waiting for a bit to level up then.
Possibly so, yes.
You could make another character.
Wow. Damn.
Nimsy's
What a crazy concept.
Nimsy's just gonna play as Chi and use the squirrel stat block, but with,
I mean,
like,
that's pretty awesome
a real
too.
Constitution score.
Let Chi take some fighter levels.
Fighter level? I mean, no. Chi takes rogue levels.
I don't think she would fight. No, she wouldn't even join us on missions if she didn't care about Fee. She is too prissy. She's like too above all of this nonsense. Oh
the
God.
Adventures of Chi.
Why is Chi so big?
I can't tell you how much it hurts for my eyes to find the Gribby token on this map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see him. But
yeah, let me put him somewhere where you can see him easily. I'll put him.
Stick him on the
here in this
roots.
little orange bulb. Oh yeah,
no,
over
it's
here on the tree.
somehow worse. There we
go. Oh.
There you go. He's on the stump, looking out over everything.
You're on the on the giant shoulder. There you go. There's Gribby.
Gribby, are you joining? Are you joining the
Thanks,
giant and me in carving?
What's good, Bearded Sand? Thanks for the follow, Bit Media. Appreciate it. Oh, the raid with 5 people. What's up, guys? How's it going? Welcome.
Welcome, Raiders. Ooh.
Woo!
Well, I think that will be all for tonight, unless there's any housekeeping anybody wants to do.
Fee needs to figure out what you want to do with Rock. Do I just now take him on missions? Is that how this works? Fee just keeps him with him at all times?
You can. I will say he is a normal cockatrice, so he probably won't last very long if you do that. But yeah, you can't keep him in the tavern at the very least. So
okay, well then Fee wants to do a side thingy, but we'll wait. I can let everybody else do housekeeping before I do that, if I can.
The only things for me are the library progress and then the keep at some point as well.
So that's right, the library progress. You're both here now.
Yep.
Well, I'll
We
talk
are.
to you guys. I'll talk to you guys later. GG's.
Hey, Bramble.
Thanks,
Have a
Jabba.
good one.
Thanks for playing. All right. So the library project. That's right. It's been long enough that they would have had time to construct the library for you. Azuru and Lenari have paid for and arranged
my feet.
the construction of a library for everybody to keep track of all the things that they find, all the documents that they encounter, any lore that they want to make available to the other people of West Marches. And I will say the guild has probably already donated a significant number of texts and bits of information that they've recovered. Most of it's going to be just local information on crops, plants that you can find, the various locations that people have gone to. And I think actually going through some of the information, you will discover that once upon a time, like 4 or 5 years ago, the guild actually operated an airship out of West Marches, but
Nice.
it was lost on a mission, and nobody knows what happened to it.
Sounds like a quest.
Maybe so. But the library building itself is probably a fairly large building with a basement, maybe only 1 story, but it is fairly spacious. And in the front lobby area, there is a large desk that has a stuffed toy sitting on the desk.
Stuffed owlbear.
Yep, a stuffed owlbear. The stuffed owlbear is sitting there next to a ledger that has to be or is for people that are signing books in and out. And there's a quill that is in an ink pot next to the ledger, and as people approach the desk, the stuffed owlbear will actually shift slightly, and its eyes will light up, and you will hear a voice emanate from it. They'll say, good afternoon, patrons. Welcome to the Library of West Marches. How can I be of service?
Heck yeah.
All right. First, we need to figure out information about this keep. So I assign him to do that. I give him whatever information we as a party have.
Which is not much.
Yeah, which is basically nothing. But like I assume the idea would be try to find more information about abandoned keeps, and then we'll try and narrow it down from there. I don't know. This is probably going to be like a multi-day/week endeavor to find information about it, I imagine.
Possibly. The owlbear, his name is Kotoa, I think. I believe that's what I wrote down. Anyway, this owlbear will look at Azur and say, "Ooh, that sounds like a challenge. You don't have any other information on it other than that it is a keep that should be in your possession, but you don't know its name or location."
Correct. And
Interesting.
I'll also inform him of the story of how I came about it, pulling from the deck of cards, because I don't know if that would be relevant to finding it.
Oh. Well, that certainly explains the lack of information about it. I will see what I can do. I can petition the guild for land deeds, I suppose, although those will mostly be over the seas. I don't know about the ones here, but we shall see if we can find any registries or such repositories of information. I will make inquiries.
And then the second task I will assign, you said Katoa?
Kotoa, yes.
The second task I'll assign Katoa is to, after this one is finished, or when time allows, start transcribing his knowledge into books for us in the library to have. Knowledge that and I'll make the addendum, knowledge that he's comfortable with being like publicly shared, right? Like obviously if there's forbidden knowledge or crazy high level spells because he's a sage or whatever, that'll be for us specifically, but for like the library for anyone to access, I assume he's more knowledgeable than what is already here, so anything he can add to it would be super duper.
You would have me commission or begin penning my memoirs, as it were, and any information I can find that is useful to you and anything I can recall, I believe that is just compensation for the improvement in my circumstances.
And then final thing from me is we'll also let him know that we're in the process of gathering funds to secure him a more equitable and formidable body to exist in and be a part of, this guild.
Guap, did you? I don't remember where Java posted it. Were you able to see the upgrades for the body?
It was going to be 10,000 gold, right? Or 7,000 gold? I forget what it was.
Yeah, it's 5,000 per upgrade. So 10,000 altogether, but if we have 5,000 now, or around there, we can hit the first upgrade, which means he'll get to move around.
I don't have any gold. I was planning to just fully upgrade him after the race is done. If
I
we
mean,
have
yeah,
any gold to
same,
from
same. That's what I was waiting on.
This race has been going on for a while. I think we finished on Monday.
But
I
I just
hope
wanted
so.
to. The goal there was to let him know that, like, hey, like there will be improvements coming for him as well. So, or
Cool.
him, her. What is it?
Him. Yeah.
Him. Okay, cool. Yeah, just kind of informing him, like, hey, change is coming and it's gonna be great.
I dare you to make him have a female body. I swear to God.
No, I promised him he'd have a body like his old body. Sorry.
Oh.
I do have one thing for him though. This airship thing is intriguing me. If he could either find out what mission, or if he could figure out a rough coordinate estimate of where they might have been, where it disappeared, that would be freaking awesome.
Of course. Can
Yeah.
have the guild send over the particulars of the flight logs and the missions.
Yeah. We definitely need our own airship, that we can teleport right to Lord Sable. That's the plan. That's the plan.
All right. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot. How are you doing? Like, this is the first time I've gotten to talk to you since you got your body. It's we'll get you the upgrades, I promise. Like Aziru said, but you enjoying your new digs, your new library life?
So the stuffed owlbear will actually get up and begin like slowly waddling around, and Kotoa will say, "I appreciate the ambulatory nature of this new body, and honestly, I'm very much enjoying having even this limited bit of freedom. It is such a relief from
How
the
long?
imprisonment of that bracelet."
How long were you in there?
Honestly, I can't say. I was surprised to learn this is not the plane of existence that I am native to, so the calendar here really doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to go back to your? Like, I don't want to hold you in a plane of existence that you don't want to be in. What plane are you from?
Do you know Eberron?
I do. I'm actually well, intensely familiar with that.
Oh, well, wonderful. I'm from Eberron. I don't know if you would have ever heard of me. That was my name, Kotoa, but yes, that's the world that I am from.
Oh, you never crossed over to this world? You weren't able to. Well, were you trying to escape, or?
I perished. The item
Mhm.
that you came into possession of, the consciousness of the wearer transfers into that particular item upon their death. I was slain.
Yes. Was it when they were fleeing?
Oh, from no.
Or were you in? Was it during the fighting, rather?
The war.
Yes.
Not exactly. Um, I was involved in some rather dangerous research, and I believe that myself and many of the people I was working with were assassinated.
Oh.
Shortly after my death, I was placed in a bag of holding, and I lost track of time.
Oh. Yeah, that would definitely do it.
Quick question. Is this just them there, or is there like, are we there too?
You could be, if you wanted to be.
Great. Fee sees the little owl bear moon. She goes, "Oh my god, you're adorable!"
Jesus.
The little owl bear will look down at itself and say, thank you, Miss.
Oh, I am Fee.
Hello, Miss Fee. I am Kotoa. I am, well, the librarian of this humble library.
You're a very nice looking librarian. Do you want a hug?
Sure.
Don't
Fee
kill the librarian, Fee.
doesn't. Fee gets up and just gets a very picks him up and hugs him.
Just
Her
making
and
friends. That's all. Just making friends.
just very happy and excited that there's a plushie that talks.
I figured the stuffed owlbear would would be perfect.
Fee is hype about the bear.
And I think the bear would say to Fee, have you come to avail yourself of the knowledge that's contained within these wonderful books?
He's gonna think back to the last time a book gave her knowledge and be like, I don't know. I don't think so.
Definitely a PTSD moment.
They could be
Staring
good
blankly
visions
off in
this
his chest.
time.
1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, Fee just zones out with this owl bear still hugged tightly.
Albert's like, oh, can you put me down?
Yes. About 3 seconds later, Madam, you're strangling me. Madam.
Oh,
I gently remove the owlbear from Fee's vice-like grip and put him back on the counter.
He dusts himself off, and yes, we'll just stand there looking at Fee and her trauma.
Fee will apologize for squeezing him. Sorry. Books are scary, though.
Bet they are.
I see you've encountered forbidden knowledge.
He's like, I don't know, but it wasn't nice.
I commiserate. I once encountered a book that attempted to eat me. Well, in any event, is there anything else that I can do for you? Kick doesn't read. How spell scroll?
Nah, spell scroll. Just hold it up in front of you. Wave it around a little bit. And sometimes stuff happens, and then sometimes it doesn't.
Wave
Go,
it
go,
in the
spell
air like
scroll.
you just don't care.
I'm picturing Keck holding up a spell scroll that's got all this arcane script on it and just going, circle, a squiggly line, triangle, upside down.
Yeah, the worst part about this is it's working too.
Oh my god, it's working!
And it's in a Sigoria's voice now, probably forever. So just so we're aware.
Triangle, circle.
Oh, it's a line, squiggly thing. Holy shit! Anyway,
Oh no! Lenari down, Lenari down. Or Ange down, I suppose. Where's
Yeah, we
Chi?
lost Ange.
Put Chi in the bedroom.
after your countdown.
One Ange down, one Ange down. Ah. Ange was asking what race the librarian is so she can give them a description of his body for new models. Say it out loud, Java. Squeeze and tingle.
I need to look it up. I think I wrote it down somewhere, but I want to make sure that I actually did
He's a raccoon. Just a raccoon.
Testing, testing.
Welcome
Yeah,
back.
we're
Hi.
back. We hear you.
Oh my gosh, yay.
She lives.
Yeah, I was dead silent after I finished. I was like, did I make a faux pas by asking what race he is? Oh gosh. Yes, I would like to know so I can know what to tell Java the Bard when we order your new inglorious body.
Mm. Nom 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 nom.
Do.
Poo.
His answer would actually be drow.
Okay.
Interesting.
What is a drow for those of us who are new to D&D?
A dark elf.
Yeah.
Oh, so like Keck.
Heck, the shader Kai elf.
Mm,
Oh.
I do not like.
kind of, but not really at all. No.
Okay, my bad. It's
Oh my god! If you make a body of a drow,
maybe don't let Fee use her. What is that? Some reincarnate? Is that what Fee has? I think. Maybe don't do that one. You know?
Thankfully, someone else is handling the creation of the body.
Okay.
Fee, describe a drow, please.
It's a elf. That's darky. That looks like Keck.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Fee,
I
you've
think
met.
I'll.
You've probably met drow at this point at the casino.
Nah, it doesn't look.
No.
Keck has very pale skin, and the drow is going to have not so
Yeah.
pale skin. I
Drow
believe.
is darker skinned.
Yes, drow are actually the opposite of Keck. So Keck is very pale skin with black hair, and drow have black skin with very pale hair.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Opposite Keck.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes.
The
Dark hair.
cultural ramifications is what I'm thinking of.
Well, considering some of the other
Man, there's only
denizens-
like a less than 1% that are good.
For drow?
Out of character, the alignment of drow is typically evil something.
Do we know that this one is good?
I mean, Keck's evil something.
So is Skarnak, technically.
Keck is evil something.
I've been debating that negotiation at this point. He hasn't
That's
actually
fair.
done anything evil in a hot moment, or like,
Yep.
unless you
Yeah.
consider eating people evil. But like, you laugh, but there's lots of people who eat things that are that are varying levels of sentience.
I would
Yeah.
say most of the people who are at least somewhat knowledgeable from the old world would know the legends somewhat of a drow.
Keck has knowingly and willingly kidnapped people and creatures. She's not. She doesn't. Nah, she doesn't mind at all.
I mean, it's our serving. He can't do anything. He's a spirit.
Well, if you get him a body of his very own.
I'd say once you give him free will.
You can always have Fee call a pixie to check if he good, bad, whatever.
At a cost of a very shiny gem.
Or a flower. Fee likes flowers. Fee lost all her flowers.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I mean, I've dumped like 16,000 gold into the library, and then also
technically-
the spirit. So fuck that. I'm not giving him up.
Technically, he has free will now. I mean, he has a body.
It can't leave the building, but yes.
I mean, that's fair.
Alrighty. Well,
I have something for it, Corin.
okay.
I've had this book of ancient religious lore for a while from my. Have I learned anything from it yet?
Ah, you have
Yeah.
several things. All right. So, some of this you actually just. This is going to be a little bit of overlap with what Nimsy is aware of.
I wonder what parts.
Um, there are quite a few things that you learn here. The first is that this book of religious lore, it outlines different religions and worships and gods that have been in the past. It seems like it was supposed to be a currently up-to-date tome of information for whenever it was made, which was a very long time ago. And it details several gods that you are actually familiar with. Selune is in there, as are some other gods from across the sea that you're familiar with. But most notably, there are 7 entries that are heavily disfigured. Names burnt out, like clean through the pages. Descriptions of places also burned all the way through the pages. It's like the book itself, wherever it was, um, some sort of magic burnt away sections of this book as if redacting them.
It's as if they were ever there before.
Yes. It's just burned clean away. Like not the letters were wiped out, but as if the sections of the book that had those words on them were literally burned from the book, carefully and precisely. Other pages that would be nearby would also have been slightly singed by this effect, though still legible in some cases. And the specific gods that are mentioned here, the book has been heavily damaged to the point where you can't get a ton of specific information, but you do get a lot of general information. One, and I'll try and write this down for you at some point. There are, like I said, 7 gods whose entries are mostly erased. The first one that, or this won't be in order. This is in no particular order. I'll tell you about them. One of them was a trickster god. They don't seem to have had any particular domain. They are just heavily referenced in most of the sections of this book. They're kind of the like Loki figure where they're constantly involved with a bunch of things that they're doing to
Is the
bother.
name erased?
The name is erased, yes.
Does
And
it look
it's
like
not
a
Loki.
halfling?
Does it look like a gnome?
No, the description here seems to give the implication that this is a shape changer of some kind. Their specific abilities aren't mentioned, but they seem to be a trickster who frequently changed what shape they were, and there's mentions of them running afoul of most of the other gods, which isn't really that uncommon for a trickster. Another one that is
Golden
mentioned.
eyes on that trickster.
Golden eyes. There wouldn't be a description. However, there's one thing I will say about them. Their name has been blotted out. But all of the deities that are mentioned in this book are elven or human. I will say that is something that Corin would be able to pull from here pretty quickly. It doesn't mention any the gods of any of the other races or species. Interestingly, doesn't mention any dragon deities either. All right. Another entry is going to be about some sort of wind snake. Very noticeably, not a dragon. It's described as being winged, very, very long, and living high in the mountains. It seems to have been a god of wind. Another one, which is kind of difficult to get any clear description of them, their domain seems to have been underground. So there's not a whole lot of references to them other than occasionally like there's earthquakes and other major events, and like this particular god is angry, so this stuff happened. There's another god that you find references to that appears to have been opposed to Selune in vying for dominance over the ocean. Frequently, you'll find references to Selune helping her followers against some dark god that was attempting to deal harm and destruction to the people who live on the coast. The only descriptions that you really get from that is that he seems to have been related to turtles.
The snapper.
Yeah, actually, some of his followers are turtles. They would be described as turtles. I think Corin would know enough to pick that out. Another one appeared to be some kind of god of death and rebirth, and their influence was very large. You find a full page illumination of a very beautiful looking city in the middle of a lush jungle. There's very large temple with a lot of gold and gems depicted there, which is the page itself is very, very beautifully done. And then there is another god mentioned who's described as the god of portals, transportation, moving from place to place, journeys, pathways.
Casinos.
That one, you don't actually get a physical description of the person, the deity in question. It just seems that when people needed to go somewhere, especially when one of the gods needed transport to somewhere else, this deity was involved. There's no particular name or title for them. All of the names and titles of these deities has been burned away. And I think the last one that you would get good information on is depicted as on fire. They are constantly they were a god that was constantly busy working, making things. For those of you who are familiar with Greek and Latin mythology, be similar to Vulcan or Hephaestus.
Forge god.
Yeah. Their domain seemed to have been active volcanoes.
Perhaps being watched by a giant red dragon right now. Alright.
Perhaps so. But I'll see if I can recall all those and send them to you.
Alrighty, I'm gonna hop off for the evening, guys. I gotta go to bed here. Y'all have a good evening. Thanks for the game, Java.
Night, Yeti.
GG's, man.
Good night.
You can copy,
Good night.
paste, and edit mine. And good night, Yeti.
Ciao.
I've written as much as I can too.
Yeah. I'm gonna copy paste also and send to you in Discord so that I don't forget myself. I've got it written down, but I can't always remember what I told you guys.
Yeah, and I'm gonna need a refresher of the vision I had back in my temple a couple 2 months ago. I completely didn't write any of that down. And kind of left me.
Gotcha.
I would pin Javas, but there's so many. So I just scroll back.
Lore dumps. Yeah.
In the meantime, does anybody else have anything else?
Not unless Java wants to fight tonight.
Fee wants to bug Java.
Fee wants to bug Java about what?
First, Fee offer bread sacrifice. Ratifice. I don't know what that would be. The Fee sacrifices. To the Java.
Yes.
And then, did Fee already talk to Java about the vision that she had? I think she did. Maybe?
About rock?
Well, no, she talked about Rock. I mean the vision that she had.
Oh. I don't know that you did actually. I don't think you have talked to him about it.
Okay. Well, Fee will bring the bread and put it down in front of Java, and she'll go, "Hi, Java."
And he'll say, "Hello, Fee."
I have brought mini breads.
He will pull a piece of bread out from it and look at it, look at Fee, take a bite out of it, and gesture at a seat at the table and say, "And I'm sure you brought many questions or requests to go with it, hmm?"
Yes, and I'm not visiting over here today. I still haven't figured out how to friendify him. She'll look sad. But I have question, sort of, kind of. I don't know. I recently had an incident that reminded me of something, and I figured I should ask. Ask? Yes. Ask.
What about?
So, when we were clearing out the spooky place with the ghosties for the guild to use,
The temple monastery?
yeah,
Or the fortress monastery? Yeah.
yeah, I talked to a book.
He will pause on the bread that he's eating and say, "Okay, what about?"
I asked the book how to protect everybody in West Marshes and save us from the impending doom that is the war with the Ice Peoples and the Empire.
He will kind of look at you incredulously. That that is a lot. He'll put the bread down. And the book was helpful?
I think so. Pretty sure. Yep. The book gave three very visionies. The first one was very, very strong and straightforward, and I'm pretty sure it has to do with your dad. Or at least I think he was your dad. He looked like you.
Make an insight check for me.
Where's my fee? I almost pulled up wild shape fee. Insight check.
Roll that
Wild
one.
shape insight. It'd probably be higher, honestly. Maybe not.
So he had put down the bread and picked up his cup and he was taking a sip of it while he was listening to you, nodding, and he catches himself, but when you say your dad, he almost snorts and spits out the liquid that he was drinking. Clears his throat after putting the cup down. Okay, about the guildmaster, right? What about him?
Well, when he saved us from like an impending horde of zombie doom death thing, with giant sky lasers.
Jabba the Bard will raise an eyebrow. Oh.
Yeah, that one. It looked incredibly like the first vision that I saw. There were lots of like things, but I saw the front of the tavern, right? The front of the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
And I was standing in front of it, and then the sky got really dark. Just out of nowhere, just darkness. Okay? And then ash and soot were raining down, and people were screaming in terror, and there was blood everywhere, and dead people everywhere, and there were scaled peoples, and my friends were there too. It was bad, and I was yelling for help, and it was bad. Emphasizing the badness. And then the tavern door like erupted in the same like blue fire light, and there was a giant pulse of magic, and it went and vaporized everything but me and the friends and stuff.
Hmm.
But some people still died, I think.
Yes. So as you've been saying this, Java the Bard's probably been the most put on the most serious face you've ever seen on him, and said, "And remind me again what the question was you asked this book to get that answer."
Oh, how to protect everybody and save everybody, the friends and all the people here in West Marches and all the stuff, the good peoples.
He will lean back in his chair and think for a little bit. I see. And interesting. Curious as to how that it would have. Well, any case, go on. It sounds like there was more to it than just that.
Oh yes, there was a second one that we found today. um. Oh wait, first, the first one, right? Yeah, there was a big, deep roar from the mountains and the plains and the sky, and there was blood in my mouth. Yeah, it tasted bad.
Well, I think I can inform it, shed some light as to what that's about. But well, are you aware that the great dragon, as they call it, were you aware that his followers are able to open rifts in space? Have you seen that happen yet?
Nope. Who's the great dragon again?
That would be the god emperor of the empire.
Is
Dragons?
he a big red one that sleeps in a volcano with an eye that looks at you like you're a fly?
I don't think anyone actually knows what color he is, if he is a color. We're actually not certain he's a dragon, technically.
Oh.
But
So not that dragon.
we know a lot.
So far, I think Giru's the only one who's actually seen something that might be him, and it did look like a dragon, but red was not a color that it was involved in that particular encounter.
Well, is he the roar? Did he make my mouth bleed?
That honestly, in a vision, I would expect that would hint more at the certainty of bloodshed should you encounter such a being. And
Don't
perhaps strongly hinting at it being yours.
fight Empire or your mouth will taste bad. Okay, I got it. Oh, I'm so glad Fee's the one that got these visions. So
Yeah, this is going very, very well. We're good. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. West Marches is fine.
Everything is
the
fine.
entire fate of the world is in fear right now. And we're finally getting some of the glimpses here. That's what's happening.
Fantastic.
And then he's gonna say, "Yep, that was the first one for the most part, pretty much." And then there were 2 more visions that were less clearish, but still pretty good. She's just gonna stare at Java. After saying that, no more clarification.
He's thinking a little bit. Well, it seems you have your answer a little bit. I'm sorry, what specific questions did you have about that, or did you just want to inform me? Thank you for that, if that is the case.
Inform me and ask if there was a way for your dad to save us with that blue light, or if that was just like not him and it just happened to be the blue light. I thought maybe it was the Behir, but I don't think it was the Behir, so now we need to find a new way to save it, because that was my plan A. Granted, now we're looking at plan B because we found some ruins today. Well, not the ruins, but we found like some stuff. And we're gonna swim up a waterfall and save a god. But I'd like plan
Java,
A.
Java the Bard snaps his head up and then says, say that again? You're going to swim upriver and save a god? What?
Yeah, so the second vision had, I'm pretty sure it's a god, because he, like, forced me out of the vision, like the god did. Like, he knew I was visioning him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, a little bit. There are... If this was if this was a magically induced vision, then there are beings powerful enough to end it if they know they're being observed.
Mm. Yes. Well, in the second one, there were ruins, like lots of different kinds, from like different peoples probably, that all maybe worship different gods. I don't know, but they all were different. So there was like one in a jungle, one like river related, like all sorts of things, you know? One volcano thing. All sorts. Mhm. And yeah, I was seeing the visions, and in the visions there were the ruins, and the ruins had like different places, and there was like lots of them. But one had a giant, like the biggest sleepy dragon you've ever saw. Like the biggest red dragon ever. And he was sleeping, but I'm pretty sure he saw me in the vision. And then I kept going. He didn't do anything though. But the one that's important, right, is I was going through some like ancient hallways and ruins and rubbles and stuff, and there was like thingies, and they all had chains and stuff, and then in the darkness connecting to all these chains was like a corpse. We need to save the corpse.
This whole time, Java the Bard has his elbows up on the table, his hand clasped in front of him, just been listening, like looking at Fee.
Explaining things is so hard to do. Okay. Yeah, we need to save the corpse. He had chains around the corpse, but there was a bright yellow light that was like floating around the corpse, and when I tried to look at it, the light saw me and it made the vision stop. And I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure the light was a god. 'Cause he stopped the vision. The dragon couldn't stop the vision, but the light stopped the vision.
Well. So, the Bard will lean back. Okay.
Oh, and we met a water spirit thing that looked like a really big water snake today, and he said that he worshipped a god that I'm pretty sure is the same god, and he said he'd let us go into the ruins to try to free him, but he didn't think we'd survive. So we're gonna do that.
Well, I mean, that's what you guys do. Would you mind telling me where it is so that if worse things happen, we can send people to come get you?
Oh, yes. Okay, so you know where Light's Forest is, yes?
He will nod his head and then wave a hand over the table, and the tabletop will turn into an illusion of a map of West Marches.
Oh,
It's
yes.
the same map.
Perfect. He's gonna point to the spot and say, right here is where the old rune starts, but there's a little waterfall, and if you go up the waterfall, there'll be a little secret entrance at the top where the waters are coming from, and that is where we go to enter the rune. But there were other runes, by the way, that I saw. This one was just one. This one was an entrance, I think. But I think there's also one in an active volcano, and that's where the dragon was, so maybe we don't want to go there. I don't know. And then there was.
Java the Bard will think for a second and say, does this one look familiar? And he's actually going to move his hand over the map and then put 2 fingers around a mountaintop to the east, northeast. Actually, let me take you to the map.
Hi, Guap.
Do you see the one that's circled in bluish teal?
Zoom out. I'm way far south. Yes.
He's going to put his fingers around that and then spread them out, and the image is going to change. Basically, he's zooming in on that particular thing because he's got magic. He knows what this stuff is. He zooms in on that particular mountaintop, finds a particular peak of that mountaintop, and then expands there, and you see the top of a mountain that seems to have some kind of ruined structure on it. And then he says, hang on a second. He casts a spell, and then the peak of that mountaintop shifts, and it suddenly looks like he's viewing it now as it is right now. It's suddenly covered in snow, and there's wind whipping about, and clouds moving past the mountaintop. And the view gets even closer to it until he's showing you the front entrance for a very large temple complex, which does indeed look familiar.
Wow, yeah, that one.
Okay. He will think about it for a second, snap his fingers, and then that image disappears and says, okay, that's good to know.
And then there was one on top of a snowy mountaintop.
Which would be that one.
That's the snowy one, not the volcano.
Yep. That's not the volcano. That was the snowy mountaintop that he just showed you.
Okay. And then there was one, like in deep in a cliffside ravine.
Thanks for a second. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Nothing definite.
And then there was a dark shape deep below the waves.
He'll sit back and think for a second. There's a lot of places that could be.
But I guess they all have ruins, but I don't know. And then there was like steamy jungle that was around an ancient city. It was like a whole city, not just ruins.
Okay. Once again, Java will nod his head and bring up the map again, and then shift it to a part that isn't actually on this map that he has drawn, down to the far southwest. And he'll just gesture broadly and say, we do happen to know that there is a jungle down here. We haven't really scouted it out. There's no easy access from the ocean, so we decided to found the city here instead of down there. But there is a jungle down there, and there are ruins.
And then the one that I was talking about is here, and this is the most. This is the one that seems that we found the entrance to. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, quite possibly. It's a little bit further than we sent out any of our long-range scouting parties, but that's good information. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, what do we do about the giant sleeping dragon that saw me that was in a volcano?
Hope that we don't have to fight it. I mean, we both know we're probably going to have to fight it, but
Do they normally sleep in volcanoes?
red dragons, yeah, that's a very safe place for a red dragon to sleep. Think about
Hmm.
it. It doesn't bother them, and anybody else that's going to get close to them is going to get killed by the lava.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, that sounds good. I think we can visit those places. Maybe after we do the other one, we can go visit the snowy mountaintop. Though I do think that's the direction of the frost forces. Yes.
Yeah, actually, that location I just showed you, I'm think that's actually where their headquarters is.
Maybe they're using the old god's powers.
I hope not, but maybe.
Hmm. Well, anyways, in all of those places, I went through like the tunnels and stuff, and the paths and things inside of them, past like old halls and like ruins and like things and statues and whatnot. And some of them were really special and shiny, and others not so shiny. And all of them had like ephemeral black chains that were like strapped to some type of altar or relic, and that black chain went to the corpse in the darkness that was trapping him.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Saiyan. Appreciate it.
The bard will cock his head and say, "Wait, so multiple visions that you had of different places, and they all had those chains in common, yes?"
Yep, all of them with the different relics with the same chains that seem to go to the poor god stuck in the darkness. But I think if we free him, everything will be okay. The dragons won't be as much of a problem, and the frosty forces will no longer be so frosty.
So, actually, Jabba the Bard looks like he wasn't like he stopped listening a little bit there because he's deep in thought. I'm gonna look at Fee and say, "Okay, that actually takes very high priority. Maybe top priority. Well, we'll just have to figure it out, I guess." So we're very interested now in the outcome of that little expedition to the river that you. I assume you guys are planning on undertaking that. Sounded like you were.
Yes, yes, yes. Because I want to avoid the last vision. It wasn't good.
Well, I'll see what I can do, but I'm almost certain that the guild will definitely be interested in funding and backing any expedition you make to that river temple. And we'll be putting a lot of effort into seeing what's going on exactly in that temple up on the mountain. That might be the most important thing for us to be doing going forward. Thank you for the information, Fee.
Mm, 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 mm. No problem, Java.
Hmm. Oh, also, there's something I wanted to talk to you about as he's munching on a piece of bread. Um, Sephiroth threw up this morning, and he'll reach down into a bag and pull out a little stone rat that's been like chewed in half. There's like half of a stone statue of a rat. He puts it on the table. Um, yeah, I just thought you should be made aware of this. It might be a good idea to find somewhere to keep uh rocks, or what was his name? Rock,
Mhm.
when he's somewhere for him to be roaming around, because I don't fancy digging stone mice out of the walls.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Very nice.
Keck is just gonna walk by. That's all that's gonna be.
Fee will nod and she'll say, "Okay, I'll bring him to a friend."
Is our giant friend going to get a pet cockatrice now?
Probably be a friend that no one wants having a cockatrice is gonna have a cockatrice. Alright. And then, does Corin overhear Faye discussing visions? Corin, go to bed.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, did you overhear Fee discussing visions?
Not at all. Was not in the tavern.
Welp.
He's just out preaching, doing his thing.
Yeah, I guess that's it then. At some point, we will probably get asked about her last vision, maybe, and we'll go from there. But for now, this it for the Java.
I thought you were just like avoiding talking about it, but yes, what's the last vision?
No, I don't think anybody would know to ask except for Corin. He'd pick up on the clues from his visions and put the visions together and then answer. But it hasn't happened. So
One's not in the tavern.
yeah,
Well, you
poor
did
Corin's not in the
mention
tavern.
you didn't want to talk about the third one, so we know that it exists.
That is true. But in the meantime, Fee has a very important mission to make. She's gonna go find Rock, and she's gonna head out the tavern with Rock.
Oh no.
Oh, and where's she going?
She's going to her friend's house.
I think this friend will mean someone else has to take over, huh?
Yeah.
It would probably be the truth.
But we can do that later if you guys want to. Whatever. Whenever you want to do it. It is
Is
fine.
Bardicus about to have a rock? as a pet?
He's about to have a rock. Bardicus is gonna have a cockatrice that turns people to stone. It'll be great.
Bardicus
Oh,
about to
okay,
get blindsided. Let's go.
But yeah, if you guys want to do another fight, that's fine. I can DM you the cockatrice adventures.
We can definitely deal with that then. The cockatrice is definitely going in some mission.
Great.
Any other housekeeping?
I'm good.
It's 10:40.
It is, and we have been going for about 4.5 hours. So to everybody who's watching the stream, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I will probably be back this weekend. I am not quite sure when, but when I do come back, just, follow. And you'll see when I pop on. And hopefully you guys can join us on whatever trouble we decide to get into. And we'll be back Monday as well for the last leg of the race in literal hell. It'll be great. Fee with no items in hell. What could go wrong? Yeah.
4th place.
I'm
Just
just
gotta
hoping
make it
we
4th
don't
place.
die, okay?
We have enough scrolls of plane shift. We'll be fine.
But will the wagers be fine?
No, probably not.
No, the wages are doomed. But, it's their fault. Learn not to gamble as well.
Exactly.
Take Faye's advice, alright? Gambling is not a good idea. Alright. Well,
One of the best ideas actually ever. Not gonna lie.
follow, subscribe, support the stream, and I hope to see you all again very, very soon.